my chest. Captain laughs and says, relax, this old bird's tougher than your ex. Hey, hey, hey. Runway heat waves blur my sight, sweaty palms on plastic light. Tower talking in my ear, every word tastes like fear. I'm Kinneas, the Skydude, learning how to fly, dude, trying not to die, dude. Somewhere in the clouds tonight. If I don't hit the wrong switch, if I ride out every glitch, maybe I'll be alright. Kinneas in the sky tonight.
Test, test.
Slow, kid, pick a lane. Instructor sipping on his tea says you're fine, probably. Oh yeah! I overshoot the center line, heartbeat racing past the time, but when the wheels just kiss the ground, silence feels like the loudest sound. I'm Kinneas, the Skydude, learning how to fly, dude, trying not to die, dude. Somewhere in the clouds tonight. If I don't hit the wrong switch, if I ride out every glitch, maybe I'll be alright. Kinneas in the sky tonight. What if I breathe when the wind gets wild? What if the storm pulls down this child? And I remember every dive, every climb, every you got this in my mind. I'm Kinneas, the Skydude, learning how to fly, dude, trying not to die. Somewhere in the clouds tonight. If I don't hit the wrong switch, if I ride out every glitch, yeah, I'll be alright. Kinneas in the sky for life. Hey, hey, hey. Hey!
All right. Good morning, afternoon. As I start, I'm all full of phlegm. Great. That's lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space. Kinneas here, episode 403 of Skydude. Going to be doing a long-ass VIP flight today. Excuse me. In the Cessna Citation. For whatever reason, if you want to fly along, the flight plan is in the description. At least, well, actually the whole thing, but just plug in the start and the end and good to go. And I'll be taking off here in just a moment. Let me grab my coffee so I can clear up my voice a little bit. Cheers! Here's your health, prosperity, and well-being. Not necessarily in that order. Thursday. This week's just flying by. Hello to Hazardous in the chat room. Hello, hello, hello. All right. We'll make sure this is sent over to air traffic control and avionics. So today, KLMO to KAQW. And as you can see from the little map there at the bottom, yeah, pretty much from the Midwest all the way across to almost the East Coast. Woo! Looks more impressive on the world map. But it's upside down at the moment. Okay. So it's been several, well, probably at least more than a month since I have flown a VIP mission. The last ones were haunted. Let's top up, shall we? When we have to worry about anything. 72,000. It's amazing how expensive fuel is. Then you fly the EV tolls to fill up the tank. 36 credits. I know they're not doing thousands of miles, but wow. Money to burn. Wonder if I should change the insurance on this one for today. Sheesh. 52,000 for insurance for this flight. A flight hour. Crash coverage is only 45%. Ah, hell with it. Going with the basic plan. Hello to everybody who might be coming in and checking up on me from Twitter, X. Hope you're doing well. To all my friends and live streamers like Hazardous out there in the chat room, hope you're all doing well today. Really, it just put us out here pretty much ready to go, huh? Doesn't want to mess around either. I'm surprised. Wow, look at this weather. Looks like they're doing work on their airport. Wow, yeah, I'm surprised. It just pretty much put us here. I didn't press anything. Surprised they didn't have us do the whole parking, everything. Taxi, yada, yada, yada. Interesting.
Passengers, this is First Officer Cotton speaking. Estimated flight time to North Adams is 2 hours 58 minutes. We remind you to keep your seatbelt fastened. Thank you for your attention, and let's have a great flight.
The way I fly, It's estimated to be about 3 hours and 30 minutes. I actually wish they would make the cockpits white with black text. Sometimes it's hard to see. Tiny bit nervous. Again, I haven't flown in a while. Been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Red Dead Redemption 2. And man, probably one of the best months of gaming I've ever had in my life. Amazing titles.
No takeoff.
Alright, let's see if this thing has toga. Should. And let's plug in 10,000 feet to start. At 9. Come on, Kinneas, wake up. You got to do this. Nothing to it but to do it. Okay, toga. Flaps, 7%. All right, let's do it.
No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff.
Why is she saying no takeoff? What do we got here down here?
No takeoff. No takeoff.
Well, yeah.
No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff.
Well, what is she saying?
No takeoff.
Why do we have a no takeoff?
No takeoff. No takeoff. No takeoff.
What could it be?
No takeoff.
Okay, now she's happy.
V1, rotate.
Climb to 41,000 feet.
Denver approach. Kin Sierra Victor India 74 is type Cessna C700, 1 mile southeast of Kilo Lima Mike Oscar, 5200. Request flight following.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Denver approach. Squawk 5502.
5502. First transponder.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, acknowledge last transmission.
I would. Oh well, we'll just do it this way.
Squawk 5502. Kin
Okay,
Sierra.
41,000 feet.
Victor India 74, radar contact 3 miles southwest of Kilo Quebec Papa Victor 4, 8100. Altimeter tree 010.
All right, let's put in. Turn on the autopilot, set it to nav, and put in flight level change. Where's flight level change?
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, acknowledge last transmission.
Roger. Kin Sierra Victor India 74.
Light level change. Oh, that's interesting. It's not taking nav. But again, nav. All right, let's go to home, flight plan, BAPME direct to, activate. There we go. That is something I've noticed. We've been flying lately, that you've got the plant in there and you tell it to go ahead and just start activating.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74 is cleared to Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey Airport as filed.
But it doesn't just automatically take. You have to tell it to go to the next waypoint to start working the flight plan.
Victor India 74 contact Denver Center on 125.905. Good day.
1259.
Going to 125.905. Kin Sierra Victor India 74.
12595.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74 is at 12,000, climbing flight level 410.
12595.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Denver Center, altimeter 2997. Radar contact, continue to BAP.
Got to put my gear up, put my flaps up. Man, look at these clouds. Hopefully that will all clear up. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. I sold pretty much everything yesterday and bought some more CJ4s because that's pretty much all that was available at a decent price, as much as I dislike them. So I loaded up my VIP, so now I have like 2 or 3 more CJ4s. Pretty much have everything consolidated into the VIP. Back down to 7 million. We made 1 million last night, so we're sitting at about 8 million. So I wanted to take a long flight to let all the other VIP flights start, the passive start working today, and see what we end up with today. I didn't know how much trim I was going to need. Sometimes, like with something like the CKRIS, you put in 2% or whatever, 20%, but the thing will just go straight up no matter what. So I didn't know if I was going to have to adjust down or adjust up with this and just playing it by ear. This one on takeoff did not want to go straight up, and I did have to input some trim at the start while I was adjusting altitude.
Captain, we've just cleared 18,000 feet. Time to set the altimeter to standard.
Oh, I like that. That's a nice call. Thank you, co-pilot. But do we just push it? Standard. So push the barometer or right click and sets it standard. Alright, I think that's the first time I've ever heard the co-pilot give that command. Very nice. Nice. Okay, that all looks good. Turn off some lights. Passenger oxygen is inactive. Should be on. About up here. Don't need the landing lights on. Recognition pulse. Right, collision on, tail light on, passenger safety, seatbelt, should have turned those on earlier. I don't know if this has auto throttle. Not seeing it. And what about the deck here? No, all vertical speed. Speed. That's only in climb again, like the CJ4s. It's 9. Here's speed manual. 70. I think we're good. $26,000 feet. $101 to the next waypoint. Bearing 88, 6.9 miles. Yeah, the flaps are up. Good. Turn on the bank limiter. Back course approach. This is going to be an RNAV approach. How do you set this speed? Oh. Because we can go faster. See if there's a detent. Not that I see.
Kin Sierra Victor, India, 7-4 contact. Denver Center on 1 tree, decimal 9 or 5. Good day.
That's Toga. Auto throttle. Thank you. Auto throttle on. There's the detent.
Kin Sierra Victor, India 7-4. Please acknowledge.
What do you want?
1 tree, decimal 9 or 5 for Kin Sierra Victor, India 7-4.
Okay.
Denver Center, Kin Sierra Victor, India 7-4 is passing flight level tree 1-5, climbing flight level 410.
Kin Sierra Victor, India 7-4, Denver Center, radar contact, continue to EMMYS.
That's manual. I see. We're pretty much, we're not maxed. We can go up to 290 without worry. 32,000 feet. Why is it stalling at 32? Flight level change is still on. 41.9. There we go. It's climbing again. Huh. How do you... Let's see here. On the altitude, it's only got one knob. You push this one for hundreds of feet. Yes, you push the right mouse button and that activates hundreds of feet instead of thousands of feet. There, 41,000. Great. Engines look good. 33,000. And we're up above it. Very nice. CJ4 isn't bad if you use the air brake. For what? What are we using the air brake for? For coming in, right? Slowing down coming in. Hey, she's a lovely plane. Reminds me of Flash Gordon. He'll fly every one of us. Oh, I did not put my Bush Talk Radio back into my community folder yet, and any other thing that I have loaded after the last update. So we won't have any audio tours today. I do want to try this new, well, it's not new. It's a new song from Peggy, and she's made it available in the creator music. And I don't really understand the terms that are applying to it. Like, you can use it for like up to 30 seconds without da-da-da-da-da. If you use more, you might not be able to monetize your stream, but then the licensing information for it says there's no duration limit, no anything. She's a very, very talented young lady, a musician on YouTube. I would love to say she's a rising star. There's a lot of people out there in the world today. She produces really good music. And I found one of her tracks on Creator Music today that was available for streaming. So let me start the day out with that. There's Peggy, Falling for the Villain. Now, this is kind of like girl pop music, but what the hell. She deserves the airplay.
You're just standing on the cusp of what's okay and not morally gray, textbook insane. Now I'd like to draw this line you've crossed so many times. At this point I'm out of my mind. What's the point in loving someone morally confusing? It's not likely. You're so unlike me. Oh, I can't shake this feeling, 'cause I think I'm falling for the villain, and it's not looking like a good decision. Oh, and I try so hard to understand this, and you won't attempt to reprimand it. Should I sit and take it in, let it all unfold, then just say no?
Oh, really? We're spitting.
We can't pick and choose. I might just fall for you. It's not all win nor lose. No black and white. There's color too, and I know how bad this sounds, but the silence is too damn loud. Guess you're not that bad. Did I say that? What's the point in loving someone morally confusing? It's not likely. is so unlike me. Oh, I can't shake this feeling, 'cause I think I'm falling for the villain, and it's not looking like a good decision. Oh, and I try so hard to understand this, and you won't attempt to reprimand this. Should I sit, take it in, let it all unfold, or just say no? Should I say no? Should I say no? I can't say no. I can't say no. Oh, I can't shake this feeling, 'cause I think I've fallen for the villain, and it's not looking like a good decision. Oh, and I try so hard to understand this, and you won't attempt to reprimand it. Should I sit, take it in, let it all unfold? I can't say no, I can't say no. Oh, I can't shake this feeling, 'cause I know I've fallen for the villain, and it's a really, really bad decision. Oh, and I try so hard to understand this, and you won't attempt to reprimand it. Should I sit, take it in, let it all unfold? Should I sit, take it in, let it all unfold? Should I sit, take it in, let it all unfold? I can't say no.
Good stuff, Peggy. Good stuff. Nearing the bottom of the hour. Thought I'd sit back here, have a little smoke break. The plane knows where it's going. I think that's a lyric from a Police song. Can't think of the name of the song at the moment, but there's a lyric. It's "My plane knows which way to go." We're at cruise.
Ladies and gentlemen, glad to be your captain today. First, I'd like to welcome everyone on behalf of Skydude VIP on flight SBI 74. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 41,000 feet at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 12:29 p.m. and are expecting to land in North Adams approximately at 5:50 p.m. local time. Current temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. If the weather cooperates, we should get a great view of the area as we descend. I'll update you before we reach our destination. Until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Right. Oh, I've got a co-pilot cat that wants to go outside. Here, let me give him a parachute and kick him out. One moment. I don't blame him. Off with you. Hello, Henning. Heck yeah, that's okay. Heck yeah. Yay! We're gonna get to talk to our friends from Germany today. Find out what's going on with them. Awesome. Good, yes. Anybody wants to come in and catch us up with what you're doing, please feel free. Yeah, oh, always. Always more than welcome. You, gentlemen, are the VIPs. Somebody just popped in. Hello. One moment, let me turn on my Discord so the audio, so we can hear you. You're a little bit low, audio-wise.
I don't know if I can do anything about that.
Oh, not me too. Let me turn it up here. Hello, how are you? Good to hear you.
I'm doing great, and you?
I'm doing fantastic. If we survive this flight, it'd be even better.
Hey guys.
Hello.
You hear me?
Yeah, Hans, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm glad you guys stopped in. Okay, I want to hear everything. Catch me up on everything that's going on.
Well, what do you want to hear? There's a lot
Oh, yeah, I know. There sure is. Okay, let's start with flying-related stuff. And what's the status with your air club?
Well, I think it's doing pretty good right now. We're flying just fine, and the building was completely torn down a couple of weeks ago, so there's no longer any building at the airfield, except from the hangar where the airplanes are standing, the gliders. But no canteen or anywhere we could go to sit. But that was just the ruin that was left, and that got torn down now. Now we're waiting if we can put down containers, so we have like at least something to go into when it's rainy or super windy, and to heat some food up or a cup of tea or something like that. Yeah, but flying-wise, it's all going great right now for me.
That's fantastic. Did you, has the weather been calming down? Have you gentlemen been able to fly?
Well, the past couple of days, I've told you yesterday evening, the wind has kind of gone down, so it's like, I don't know, 8 knots at the moment, gusting maybe 10. Let me check real quickly. Tomorrow it's gusting 15 knots, so
shit.
Not really a lot. I think that's okay. But therefore the temperatures are going to rise to about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's a bit something unusual in Germany.
That's right. You guys are going through a heat wave right now too. I swear it's hot everywhere right now.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
You guys have got to upgrade with some nice air conditioning.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
I'm just sitting here in my t-shirt enjoying it, and I think it's really hot at the moment too. But it's enjoyable. I was at a friend's house today, and we jumped in the pool and stayed there for 1.5 hours. So
I miss having a friend with a pool. I grew up with a friend with a pool, so it was, and I practically lived over at his house, especially during the summers. His folks would leave and go to Europe for the summer, and leave us in charge of the house. Big mistake. And we had a pool, and so pool parties every day.
sounds awesome.
It was. Yeah, I really miss it. Yeah, I was surprised to find out that you said that over in Germany, for whatever reason, the whole climate thing, nobody really embraced air conditioning. And you said maybe the supermarket has air conditioning, but the schools don't have air conditioning, and most homes don't have air conditioning.
That's something you'll need to get used to, but I don't know it any differently, so I think that's one of the reasons why there's nothing happening, because everyone's just used to it.
Sure, you're acclimated. And then once you get air conditioning, you never want to go back. I hope everybody, they just released a study saying everybody's concerned about having air conditioning in Europe is going to do something horrible to the climate. And the most recent studies come out and said, no, it's not going to do a damn thing. So get some air conditioning. Lack of air conditioning is what caused the fall of the Roman Empire, you know. You guys need it. Hurry and get air conditioning.
Yeah.
Okay, Hans, tell me about what's going on with your schooling. You guys are all finished for the year, right? You're on break?
We've got
almost.
one more week. One more week.
A half week, like on Wednesday is the last day. Today I had a day off because of the heat. This was pretty nice, I think.
Have you been kicking ass in all your studies?
Oh, no. So, today, at the moment, it's pretty chilly, I think. We don't do much stuff at school anymore.
just kind of in relaxed mode?
Yeah.
Well, how did you do this year? You feel good about your grades? And
Yes, it was pretty good. I think like, I don't know, 2.5 grades.
So the Americans don't use our grade system. We've got grades 1 through 6, 6 being the worst and 1 being the best. So 2.3 is kind of like a B minus, I think, in America.
Yeah, that's true.
well, I believe that you gentlemen are rock stars, superstars, and I expect a lot out of you. that you'll get the best grades. I know if it's a crappy class or something you don't like, but for the most part, do well. No pressure.
Yes, I've now entered my last 2 years of school, so it's going to get pretty serious for me. Because there's like a preparation time for the A levels in Germany, which is 2 years, and I'm going into the 12th grade, and this is called the qualification phase. So we work with points, and I need to get a certain amount of points, so I am qualified to go into the final exams and get my A levels.
I think the simple fact that both of you are glider pilot students, I think if you enroll yourself in any sort of flying, you're qualified for everything, because most kids are not signed up for flying.
Well, I think flying is easier than it looks or sounds. But just to stick in the rudder pedal. So I think once you've done it a couple of times, it just comes naturally. So it's kind of like riding a bicycle. You don't ever unlearn it. You just have the skills and they stay forever.
I think it takes a special mindset to be a pilot, and I think most pilots are exceptional.
Awesome pilots too.
Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll take it. And I'm sure all the other sim pilots will as well. We try. See, that's the thing. I've told both of you before that, it's okay if it's in the simulator, but to try to do it in the real world, it requires a level of courage and fearlessness, especially to me, especially gliding, because you've got, of course, no engine. And I've flown with you guys before. I just am trying to stay in the air, and you guys are doing donuts and circles and dives, and you guys are really exceptional. Have you been
gliders again sometime?
We will, absolutely. There's a gentleman who might be stopping into the chat room with us here, Hazardous, who's been the one helping me with all of my music and just in general a great guy. We got to get him into gliding.
For sure.
Yes, we will. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I need to break it up anyway. Everything pretty much from here on out is trying to make money to get an airline company. I have to get 100 million plus to be able to afford a single plane for an airline company. So that's what I'm working towards. I pretty much sold every other plane in all the other companies that I had, and I consolidated everything to buying some more VIP planes. So hopefully I'll start making bigger money faster. I'm up to 8 million credits in the simulator, and yeah, that's what I'm working for, my goal. But yeah, I need to break it up every now and then because this is going to get real boring real fast.
So what plane are you saving for?
At least to start out with an A320. That's the cheapest at 100 million.
Oh, I've pretty much stopped playing career mode in this game. As you just said, it gets repetitive very easily and super boring, so I just fly along with Hannes and Jonte, and we're actually doing some bush flying right now in the Slin Aviation Norden.
Oh, nice.
That's always really fun, and trying out new locations, mostly like Alaska or Canada in the mountains. Some airfield that no one knows about with like 1,000-foot grass strips. So it's really a challenge to take off and land everywhere. That's kind of our thing right now.
That's great. So have either of you actually thought, after gliding, to try other aircraft, powered aircraft?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. The only downside is that it is very expensive. So our club has a motor glider, and we are calculating with, the prices are given in hours. So one flight hour costs like, I think, around 50 to 70 euros in this motor glider. And you need like 30 flight hours to become a motor glider pilot from being a glider pilot. And then the motorized aircraft cost like up to 200 euros an hour, and that's something you just cannot afford as a student like me or Hannes.
Shit, or me. Any of us. Everything is so expensive, and flying for sure, at least in the United States, it's a rich man's game.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you also need to maintain your license, so you need like, I think 5 or 3 flights in 90 days to keep your license in the green, so you're allowed to fly with passengers and on your own. So you're required to spend like $200 a month to keep your license going if you want to try motorized airplanes in Germany.
Are either of you actually thinking about a career in aviation?
Well, I don't think that I'll become a pilot, but I'll try to stay in somewhat aviation-like businesses. So, I don't know how it's called in the US, but in Germany that's something called the BFU, or BFU, and that's the, they make the accident reports on aircraft that have crashed. So I want to be someone that writes the accident reports from crashed airplanes in all around Germany.
Wow. What about you, Hans? What are you thinking about? Have you thought about a career in aviation?
Like flight instructor. So in Bremen, that's like 30 kilometers southeast, is a relatively big airport with a flight school. So that's my dream job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
What time is it there now?
It is currently 15 minutes to 9 p.m.
Okay. Any chance you have anything scheduled for either bush flying or simulator flying this next week?
Well, it's going to get tricky for me because, or maybe Wednesday or Thursday. Oh no, never mind, not Thursday, for me at least. Maybe Wednesday or Saturday or Sunday. But Thursday and Friday, that's just not available for me at the moment.
Well, I'll keep my eyes peeled for when you're flying, and or try to let me know, and I will definitely try to make myself available for whatever you guys are going to be doing.
Yeah, we'll contact you on Discord if you're available.
Great.
Yeah. So I don't know when I have time. I think I'll look spontaneously.
Yeah, play it by ear. So what's next? Oh, okay. You said, Henning, you said the other day you were going to take a class on theory. Was that right? Glider theory, or you're going to read a book or go over a certain?
So we've met with like a few glider pilots and also motorized plane pilots that are going to have their written exams in a couple of weeks or months. And we've sat down and talked to each other if we wanted, compare what weaknesses we have and how we can get better to have our written exam. And my written exam is on July 8th.
Not too far. That's soon.
Very soon, yes.
How do you feel?
I'm very excited. I got to say the people who are doing the exam right now are doing a pretty bad job, because there were like 15 people that wanted to have the written exam, and all of them failed because I have no idea why, but the people who make the exam are pretty stubborn. They are like, the government gives us the rules and we like set them. We don't make any exceptions. It just has to be this way and it can't be any different. So it's very strict rules that you just have to deal with. So I think that's just really hard to do, to pass the exam right now on your first try. I have also failed my first attempt at the exam. But also the flight instructors are saying that it just isn't our fault, but these people are just, I don't know what's wrong with them at the moment. Yeah.
Wow. Tough. Well, I've got my fingers crossed for you, and I'm wishing you the best, always.
Thank you.
So, yeah, okay, and next thing is you were telling me you've been getting, well, I know this from the text, you've been getting into music lately, and you bought yourself some early birthday presents.
Yep, they arrived today actually. So the microphone is actually functioning, so I've done an audio test and it shows me that there's a signal and that there is something coming out, so the input is working. But if I try to talk to Hannes in a call, that doesn't work, so he doesn't hear me. However, what we have already tried is if we are in a call and I play an instrument, he can also hear what I'm playing. So
nice. Now, did you pick up anything to use as a recording software or editing software?
I haven't really looked into Audacity, what you've recommended to me a couple of weeks ago, maybe.
Yes.
But I want to do that very shortly, like maybe in a couple of days. But I've just tried to work on getting to know the software I used for the digital amp. So I get comfortable with the software and know what I'm doing, not just doing some weird stuff and trying everything, and in the end it's just not good what comes out of it. So
have you always been musically inclined, or is this something new?
The first time I've played an instrument was when I was 6 years old, I believe. So 11 years ago now. almost, and I've played the acoustic guitar back then. That was in 1st to 4th grade, so in primary school. And when I moved on to middle school, I kind of abandoned playing the guitar. So it was just so the guitar didn't belong to me, so I had to give it back, and then I kind of stopped playing guitar for a bit. And then I had like a break I've just started playing back again in September of last year. So I think there was a break of like 6 years of playing. But I've always done some kind of music, and I always love listening to music, and I think music is something that is pretty anchored into my soul, so it's something that shapes my personality a lot at the moment, at least.
That's a good way to put it. So everything is just coming back natural, not having any problems.
Yes, exactly.
What about you, Hans? Do you play any musical instruments?
At the moment, not, but in, I think, 2nd to 4th grade, I've played guitar too, and from 5th to 6th grade, I played euphonium. I don't know if you know it.
No.
It's like a small tuba.
Wow.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you guys are going to have a band, and you're going to abandon the flying career, and you're going to become rock stars.
Well, maybe not rock stars, but we'll try our best.
The world's always ready for more rock stars.
Yeah, I don't think that writing rock is really my music style, because I love listening to one specific German musician. He really inspired me to do all of this right now. So he's a big inspiration for myself, and I think I suit myself with the kind of music he's doing at the moment. And therefore it's kind of like more it's a mixture between rap and hip-hop and rock and metal. So it's kind of like there's epic guitar solos in the song, but there's also really fast rapped lines that you cannot keep up with. It's very interesting, and I can just recommend the artist to you. He is very, very good, and some people might say he's the best German artist there is, because his lyrics always have a meaning. You can interpret 3 pages of one verse of his lyrics of one song. This is really crazy what he's doing, and I personally love his music so much. I think I'm like in his top 0.001% listeners.
Wow. Can I impose upon you to put the artist's name into the chat room?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Great. I'm really surprised that you... I kind of had I thought that you might be more classical. So to hear that it's kind of in the rap rock genre is really interesting.
What do you mean by classical music? Is it like classical rock, or real like Mozart, or?
Yeah, a little bit more, or yeah, a little bit more classical, maybe a little bit soft rock. I first thought that what you were working on as a song was a soft rock, and now you've blown my mind.
But I wouldn't say that I'm really good at doing it, so I'm just really at the beginning of doing something. I have no experience. And self-taught musicians they've gone a long way, I think, so it's going to be a difficult way for me if I want to go to the career path as a musician.
You never know. You just don't know. But I understand your feeling of it could be tough. you're inexperienced, but hey, a couple of songs and you'll be on your way. A good thing about YouTube is you can always put up your music on your channel.
That's right, yeah.
At least you can distribute yourself. Start having people listen and give feedback.
All right, I've just put the artist's name in the chat room, in the YouTube chat, and with 2 song recommendations if you want to listen to them.
Alligatoa?
That's kind of like a play of words, because his name is Alligator. This sounds really similar to the animal alligator.
Right. Alligator, yes.
Different type of writing, but I think that's also shaping his personality a lot, that he's kind of doing satire and a lot of society critical things. So he's talking a lot about love in most of his songs, but also about not knowing where you're going in life and what you're supposed to do with yourself.
That's definitely a universal common.
For sure, yes.
Now the other artist, Narbin, is that some songs?
And the 2 songs that I've recommended are Narbin and Willst du. So Narbin translates to scars. And both of these songs are from the same album, and the album is called Triebwerke, which translates to engines. Or yeah, I think that's the best translation you can give. And this album is really inspired by love. So almost every song he's talking about something lovely or falling in love with someone. In Narben he's talking about hurting or to get hurt, to get to the hospital and see the beautiful nurses that are going to help you to recover. And then he's going to fly an airplane and crashes, so the nurses come to him and rescue him. And he enjoys the company of the nurses, so he always tells stories about his scars, and that's why it's called Narben. And the refrain goes like, if you want to get the woman, you need to have scars, so...
I'll be darned. I have found his channel, and I am subscribed and have notifications on, and I have found the 2 songs that you're talking about. There's Willst du.
I think they're also...
And there's Narben.
So, I don't only listen to the very mainstream songs of him, because I think Willst du was in the charts in 2013 when the album was released, and I think it was like place 1 or 2 for 10 weeks or something. So it was really a blow-up song in Germany. But after that, he kind of went underground. The next album came out in 2015, and parallel to that he was also in a band which is called Trailer Park, but I wouldn't recommend listening to it as much because the lyrics are very yeah, how can you describe it best? They are very exotic. They are talking about a lot of radical things, so they don't just talk about love and self-critic like Alligator does, but they also talk about drugs and taking drugs, and it's mostly satire. But if you don't really listen to the lyrics and read them, you might just read it wrong. So that's why some albums have also been forbidden, I think you can say is best. So they're not really forbidden, but they're not allowed to be played live and promoted on any channels. So you can only find them very rarely on YouTube and maybe on his personal website. But yeah.
Okay, so he has made his music available in YouTube Creator Music. It's a beta, and he has set whilst due to share. So give me one moment here and look at the usage details. Track only available for revenue sharing. This track is eligible for revenue sharing without any duration restrictions. Please note that the usage terms may change at the music right holder's discretion. Amount of song, all. Duration, supported regions, all. Video monetization, partial. License not required to monetize shorts. And they don't have a clause in here saying you have to put them in the credits, although I will. But now I can download whilst due. I'm trying to download it.
To some people, this song feels really nostalgic because there's a guitar part in it, which really reminds you of like the 2000s era. You'll know it when you hear it. It's really noticeable in the beginning.
Okay. So it's telling me that I can't download it, but if I play it, it says, unfortunately, we can't currently provide a download for this track. However, eligible use of this track will default to revenue sharing for your video. So I can play it through Creator Music. Let me make sure that I got a channel open for it. And hopefully we don't get any echoing. One moment. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to listen to Whilst Due by Alligatoa. Did I say it right that time? Alligatoa? Okay.
It's pretty difficult, I think, for English speakers to pronounce this name, but...
All right, I'm going to play that right now.
Wie man an der Liebe maximal romantisch lebt, will jeder wissen, keiner hilft uns Fairplay. Gott sei Dank gibt es Film und Fernsehen, da wo ich meine Bildung hernehme. Glaub mir, das wird super, für deine Story haben wir schon den Grund, weshalb du in deiner Jugendphase wutgeladen bist. Dein Papa kam nicht zu deinem Schultheaterstück, bei mir finden wir schon was, wo der Schuh gerade drückt. Wir kennen uns seit x Jahren, du brauchst jetzt nichts sagen. Ich wollte dich fragen, wollen wir den nächsten Schritt wagen? Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Dann wird es rote Rosen regnen. Ich hab's in einer Soap gesehen. Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Denn ein Wrack ist ein Ort, an dem ein Schatz schlummert. Jetzt sind wir frei, chillen auf gigantischen Berggipfeln. Du musst dann sagen, keiner kann unseren Schmerz dicken. Wir sammeln erstmal fröhliche Kiff-Sonntage für die Hit-untermalte Schnittmontage. Komm schon, das wird romantisch, wenn ich dich halte, damit du nicht auf den Klo ranbrichst. Dann verdienen wir ein Kerzenpaket für die erste WG auf dem Herren-WC. Eine herbstliche Szene, weil es passt. Und ich falle auf die Knie und hol aus meiner Jacke eine kleine Schachtel. Du weißt, was abgeht. Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Dann wird es rote Rosen regnen. Ich hab's in einer Soap gesehen. Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Denn ein Wrack ist ein Ort, an dem ein Schatz schlummert. Und da brauchen wir epische Fights, wer das lausige Age kriegt. Zuschauer, rauchende Babys, die werden nicht verwöhnt, die müssen fertig Suppe löffeln und die Spiele mit vom Körperbau entfernten Puttenköpfen. Du willst raus per klischeehafter Flucht in ein Landhaus. Brüllern sowas wie, hey, rutsch mir die Hand auf. Du wirst mit den Kindern nirgendwo hinfahren. Ich werd euch mit der Axt durch ein Labyrinth jagen. Im Winter, weil ich das Bild feier, mach unser Leben filmreifer als Til Schweiger. Es hat Action, Drama und Comedy. Also was sagst du, mon chéri? Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Dann wird es rote Rosen regnen, um dem Kinofilm die Show zu stehlen. Willst du mit mir Drogen nehmen? Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter. Denn ein Wrack ist ein Ort, an dem ein Schatz schlummert. Komm, wir gehen. Komm, wir gehen. Komm, wir gehen. Komm, wir gehen zusammen den Bach runter.
I like it. It's got a good beat. I love the layering. I love the chorus. I wish I understood the lyrics, and I'll get the lyrics eventually. Well put together song. I like it.
That's one of the songs that are the least like rock stylish from him. The newer ones are sometimes they also have like guitar solos in between, and if you like rock, I think that's really something you can listen to as well.
Yeah, that one was more like pop.
Yep, exactly.
But fantastic. Good, a good way to ease into the artist. I like it. So he looks like he's got quite a few tracks available. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of these names, but let me just see if the other song you talked about is available. Yeah, there it is. Narbin. I'll do that tomorrow. And it's also available for share, so that's not a problem. So he will get a percentage of like 0.0001% of what I make, which is 0.001%. But something will be going to him. A penny. I love it that they that artists do that. They allow you to play their music on in your videos or on your live streams, and if you're monetized, you can share.
Yeah, I think that's also something that's really generous, first of all, and because there's like a lot of artists that copyright everything, and then if you just hum it in the stream or something, you instantly get copyright strike. This is something that I typically hate, if I can say it. I think that's nonsense.
Me too. I have been a broadcaster for a long time, and mostly internet radio and gaming radio. You know, and either way, I've been interested in broadcasting for a long time, and I've always wanted to have music. So from my earliest Skydude episodes, I have been trying to get music into the live stream. And yeah, before the creator beta came along, just like you said, even humming a few bars. And so it just became such a burden after a while, trying to fight it all the time. So then I thought I could purchase through a music app. They're like, you can play our music in your live streams. And so I signed up, and it was all good, but there was a fine print that said, well, you can play it during your live stream, but any replays after that will create a copyright error. So you could only play it while you're live. Which, anyway, that and it's, yeah, that. Yeah.
If you rewatch the stream, then you automatically re-listen to the song. Is that something that's?
Yeah, and it would flag the replay as a copyright error, and so I would contact them. I'm like, I paid to play this on my live stream, so I figured that extended into the replays. And they're like, nope, sorry. So I had to drop them. But anyway, YouTube has this creator music, and now trying to just work with artists that are friends and promote them. And now I know you don't like it, but now we have SUNO AI. So people can just create their own music.
Yeah, but I still think AI can't do something like what you've just heard. That's just impossible. It's such a masterpiece that can't be recreated if you use your AI. That's my opinion.
I wonder, though, about people that are really good musicians. I wonder, because you know, if you know the language, if you know, like, hey, I want this beats, I want these instruments, I want, you know, I wonder. So at some point, maybe you can look into that and just try to knock out one or two and see what happens. You know, how much information can you give it? So whatever's in your head, can you get what's in your head translated properly, or have it do it properly?
I could maybe try to do it.
Yeah, one of these days. No hurry. But it's interesting, you know, because I'm not formally trained in any way. And so, you know, I wouldn't know what to say. I would have to just throw generalizations at it. But yeah, I've been thinking about it. Yeah, if you know music, you can go in, this is the beat I want, these are the instruments, these are the lyrics. Because as a visual artist, because I had, you know, can speak in terms of graphic design or graphic art or commercial art, I find it easier for me to dictate to the AI exactly what I want and get pretty much what I want. Where some people aren't really good at describing a visual scene.
But I think if AI doesn't create the music, it can definitely help you create the lyrics. So I think it's something I personally, like I said, I don't really like it just yet. But AI is learning every time we talk to it. So I think maybe in a couple of years, that might definitely be an option to create music with AI if you just feed it enough information so it can create more original and emotional stuff, not like it's going right now.
Yeah. Oh, too bad Prince passed away. I would love to see some of the big musicians do just that. Go in there and see what they can get it to do. I think Prince would have liked it. Speaking of, hey, Hans, you're awful quiet over there. You all right? You doing okay? You still with us?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've just been off because I had to do a little thing for school tomorrow. But yeah, I'm back again.
Welcome back. Who is your number one musical group at the moment?
Oh, I don't know. Difficult question. For me, it would be maybe Volbeat.
I've heard them.
I don't know.
I doubt there'll be any Volbeat in creator music, but hey, I'll look.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see what comes.
They're pretty good.
All their music is, well, Let me keep looking. I don't want to say all of it, but right at the moment, everything is locked down. Nope, can't use it, can't use it. But I'll keep looking. Let's see.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of genre are they doing?
Well, it's listed as sometimes dramatic, dark, angry metal. But then you can have some that are uplifting. This is interesting. Uplifting, angry metal rock. It's a kind of a contradiction. Dramatic, uplifting, dark, angry metal. Dramatic, uplifting, angry metal. I don't know if Hans would agree with that, but that's how they're categorizing their music on YouTube. Mostly dark, angry metal. Good singer.
So I would not call them dark and angry. Yeah. I don't really know how to say it, but definitely not dark and angry. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that wasn't the impression that I got from maybe one or two tracks I've ever heard.
Yeah.
But good stuff. They're very popular. I got a cousin who really enjoys their music.
Yeah, that's true. They are great. They're really great.
I'm not pumping the audio from the live stream into the Discord, but what I would like to play is one of the AI songs that Hazardous has created in the stream, and show you what this thing has been able to do. I'm very impressed. Again, I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying, but I didn't expect it to be this darn good. And I think if you would have never told me that it's AI, I don't have the ear like you do. I can't tell. I would not be able to tell that it's AI. But I'm going to play a song about being a VIP pilot. If I can find it. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to play a song about... Oh, I hope I'm not... Oh, I better look up at my map and make sure the plane's not crashing or anything. Okay. This song is called First Class Alibi, and it's about being a VIP pilot for interesting people.
I got a jacket that don't quite fit, and a tie that's pulling at my neck a bit. They say, smile, son, you're the chosen ride for the guilty rich with something to hide. Clipboard queen with a practiced grin says wheels up fast, don't ask where they've been. I nod like I'm just part of the machine, but I read between what isn't seen. Oh, the runway's long and the silence thick, and every favor's just another trick. I'm your first-class alibi in the sky tonight, serving altitude with your appetite. You can sip your lies while I hold the line. At 30,000 everything's just fine. No one bright. I am your first class alibi tonight. They talk in codes like a cheap TV, with designer shades and a guarantee that what goes up won't come back down, at least not here in this private town. I hear confessions through a cabin wall, filtered drinks and protocol. They think I'm deaf behind this door, just a hired hand, nothing more. But the black box knows what I won't say. Every little sin at cruising aid. I'm your first class alibi in the sky tonight, serving altitude with your appetites. You can toast your deals in the dim cabin lights, while I keep the wings steady in flight. No one checks the conscience when the seat's just right. I'm your first class alibi tonight. Turbulence hits and they grip their glass. Funny how the mighty pray so fast. Suddenly I'm more than just the help. I'm the only thing between them and themselves. Cabin secure. Yeah, we're climbing still. I'm your first class alibi. Don't ask me why. I just trace the lines across the sky. You can dress it up in gold and charm, but gravity don't care who you are. When the wheels come down, you're out of sight, and I'm just the ghost of your midnight flight. Hang up the tie, let the engines cool. Another quiet trip for another fool.
Another quiet trip for another fool. I love it. You know, I wouldn't have been able to say that was an AI. I don't know if you boys were able to hear it.
You can only hear it if you've had the stream open in your phone next to it, so you can't hear it in the Discord. But I think it sounds kind of like jazzy somehow, because of the
For
piano
sure.
and what is that? Maybe trumpet or something like that. Also.
The big band.
Yeah.
I'm blown away. I mean, I knew it was good doing art. I didn't know that it was going to be this good doing music. Did you really tell that that's an AI?
Yes, I think you can tell it by the voice. The voice doesn't really sound very real to me.
What an ear. Hans, were you able to hear that at all? Were you listening to the stream?
Yeah, I was listening to the stream too. I think, yeah, just by the voice I could tell that this was AI. Sounds a bit off, like, you know.
You guys are amazing.
It sounds maybe a little bit robotic, I would say.
Yeah.
Wow. One moment.
I've just hit the bridge.
Air traffic control is talking to me. One moment. Continue to jerky. I'm not sure what's going on in the longitude. I'm not entirely that familiar with it. I'm learning it. But we were able to do almost 300 knots after takeoff. And now that we're up to 41,000 feet, we're cruising. It's been toggling me down. Right now it's saying if I go over 250 knots, I'm over speeding.
Okay, that's pretty difficult to explain to you, but this happens to every aircraft. There's a difference in speed, so you probably know that there is not just the indicated airspeed that is that is what you see.
The actual ground speed?
There's also the ground speed and the true airspeed.
True airspeed, TAS, yes.
Your true airspeed is much faster than what the indicated airspeed is. So your indicated airspeed might be like 250 knots, but your true airspeed is then like, I don't know, 500, maybe 600.
Okay.
No, 600 is maybe 400 or 500 knots.
That makes total sense. So now that I'm up here at 41,000 feet and doing 226 knots, the actual airspeed is 439 knots. I see it.
Right.
So I see it now down in the bottom corner of the glass. Let me try to zoom in. But there it is. There I see it now at the bottom. TAS 437 and ground speed 510 knots. We're hauling ass. All right, if I can impose upon you again to listen to one more. This is one of the most recent from Hazardous, and it's also about being a VIP pilot, but it's about being a VIP pilot for criminals, mobsters, organized crime. And I'm going to play that. Go back. It is called Jet Black Halo. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Suitcase full of stones, leather coat flapping like a crow that's been reborn. I ain't no choir angel, but I fly 'em through the night. Politicians made men, sinners hiding from the light. They climb aboard my jet like they're stepping into grace, but every soul I carry's got a shadow on its face. I don't judge the stories, I just keep the engines warm, 'cause the sky forgives the wicked when the world can't take their form. I wear a jet black halo when I'm rising off the ground, moving VIPs and secrets where they'll never be found. From the coastlines to the mountains, through the thunder and the cold, I'm the pilot of the quiet, flying fortunes, bought and sold. Got a senator tonight who swears he's clean as winter rain, but his briefcase hums like trouble, trying hard to change its name. Next to him a wise old capo hums a lullaby of sin, says the sky's the only place a guilty man can breathe again. I lock the cabin door and let the engine start to moan. Every mile a confession, every cloud a stepping stone. They trust me 'cause I'm loyal, they trust me 'cause I'm paid, but mostly 'cause I'm quiet and I keep the deals they've made. I wear a jet black halo when I'm rising off the ground, moving VIPs and secrets where they'll never be found. From the coastlines to the mountains, through the thunder and the cold, I'm the pilot of the quiet, flying fortunes, bought and sold. Oh, the sky don't lie. Oh, it just lets you fly. lost the wrong man's brother, and he doesn't know what to do. I tell him, kid, the sky's a mirror, shows you who you really are. Then I bank us through the lightning like I'm driving God's own car. We land in some forgotten strip where the desert meets the sea. He steps out with a new name and a chance to finally breathe. I watch him fade to nothing as the sunrise paints the sand. Then I throttle up the engines, got more ghosts to move again. I wear a jet black halo when I'm rising off the ground, moving VIPs and secrets where they'll never be found. From the coastlines to the mountains, through the thunder and the cold, I'm the pilot of the quiet, flying fortunes bought and sold. Up here, nobody's clean. Up here, everybody flies.
Chicago Center.
All right.
Victor India 74. Flight level 410.
Pretty good. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, so in the chat room this Friday night, I'm going to be doing another group flight with Laserbolt Vid's channel. That's going to be 7 p.m. MST, and the link to that, if you'd like to get in on it or watch it, is in the chat room. If you like AI music like that, and you like flight simulation, I recommend the Hazardous channel, Hazardous FLT now, and I put the link to his channel in the chat room as well. Henning, I'm trying to find your latest. I'm trying to find your page.
Well, it's not that big of a deal if you don't find it, so.
Yeah, but you got some wonderful lighting stuff, and you're going to be posting more and more of what's going on at your flight club. Yes?
I don't quite know yet if I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Definitely some more simulator stuff was going to come, but I'm not really sure when. Really stressful at the moment.
I'll bet. Hans, do you post or take any video of your flights?
I've took a few videos, yes, but I don't post that much. Yeah. I think I've posted one video on Instagram. Oh no, not one video, one here on story.
On YouTube.
So, no, Instagram.
Oh, Instagram.
YouTube. Yeah.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yes, I have a channel, but there's nothing interesting. Like, yeah.
May I have a link to it anyway?
I think I've already texted in your.
You probably have.
Comments.
You probably have.
I can text one more time. Yeah. Wait a moment.
I'm trying to get you to post it into the live stream chat so everybody can see it and choose whether they want to go or not. I think it's a good idea to keep an eye on both of these gentlemen. I think they're both going to do well, and they lead exciting lives. Now, how do I see the chat in my own Discord? Oh, that's something I should learn how to use properly is Discord.
Discord is also something that I use so rarely. I have no idea what every single thing does. It's
right. So I'm looking for the link, and I don't know how to bring up the chat at the moment. All right, what else should we talk about?
You haven't told us what your favorite music is yet.
Oh, again, what a great question. And like you, music is... I'm not a musician. I wasn't cut from that cloth. But I have a deep appreciation for music and all genre of music. I don't particularly like rap, but I don't like American rap. I don't like the culture associated with it, and therefore I rejected it early on. I don't like the culture and what it has brought to American society. And so, but other people that embrace it as a musical form, I don't know that I really have a problem with, like a German. His message and culture is not the same, as far as I would imagine.
Yes, I can agree with you. So you don't listen to a specific artist like a lot, or?
No, I don't listen to the whole. If I can avoid it, I would never listen to anything that is rap. At least, again, American. I'd rather not, because again, here in the United States, there's a culture with it that I can't stand, and so I reject a lot of it. I'll say that there have some that have turned me around or opened my eyes a little bit. I try not to say I hate anything, and that I'm completely intolerant, that I won't listen. But other than that, everything. I love everything. Okay, to actually put it into bands, in the 80s and 90s, I liked Elvis Costello. He's a British artist. Electric Light Orchestra, all rock. The Eagles, 9 Inch Nails.
I've just played Hotel California on bass just before we got into the Discord course.
Yeah, the Eagles were a big part of my youth. I love them a lot. Willie Nelson as a singer-songwriter. So there's country.
He also has a song in Red Dead Redemption 2, actually.
Who does?
Willie Nelson.
Does he really?
If you look up Cruel World.
I will. Are either of you excited about Grand Theft Auto 6?
Well, I don't really know. I'm not very certain yet, but I've heard that the pre-order has started today, I think. I'm kind of torn if I want to buy it or not, because I have a PS5, but I don't know if the performance is going to be that good on the PS5. I don't want to buy it on the PC, or it doesn't come, or it doesn't get released on the PC until like a year later. So I don't really know what I'm about to do with Grand Theft Auto 6 at the moment.
What about you, Hans? Have you ever played one of the Grand Theft Auto titles?
I haven't.
Or the Red Dead Redemption titles?
No. I think these are pretty interesting games, but I haven't played any of them.
Same with me. I have just recently played Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't mind cowboy western. they are criminals, and I said I don't really care for that culture. And prior to playing Red Dead Redemption, I've never played a Rockstar title, and I've never played a Grand Theft Auto title because to me, and I don't know, I'm assuming though, that it lends itself to the culture that I don't like. I don't like criminals. I don't like the idea of what the game content is really even about. It seems gang criminal related. I don't know. People have told me, nah, it's just how you want to play. And but so I have rejected all of their titles. But I just finished Red Dead Redemption 2, and I'm so blown away. I'm so blown away that I'm going to play Red Dead Redemption 1, and now I think I'm a Rockstar fan, and I have to try a Grand Theft Auto title.
I also haven't played that many Grand Theft Auto parts. I have only just played the 5th one. So I can't tell you anything about these games.
And, you know, maybe it's the people that post all the videos, you know, hey, I'm running around beating up hookers and I'm smashing cars and I'm robbing banks and I'm shooting police. And, man, you know, that's my impression from the kind of things that people have posted. And so I have been like, no, I don't even want to play something like that.
Well, I think that's also very relatable if you say you don't want to play it because there's too much violence for you.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know if it's the violence, again, just the culture. And seeing that's kind of the way society has gone a little bit and seems to be going, people are just getting crazy. And the racial tension and I don't know if it has anything to do with it or not. Anyway, I think I am going to either try Grand Theft Auto 5 or just now waiting for, you know, if we have a year for PC users to wait, then okay. Sure, I'll check it out though. I can imagine if they put the same kind of love and content into that as they put into the Red Dead titles, that how can it be bad if it's the same people? Because Red Dead Redemption 2 just blew my socks off.
Oh, you'll also love Red Dead 1. I've just recently played it, actually, a couple of months ago, and like, I don't know, January, February. I think it's really good that you've played Red Dead 2 before Red Dead 1, because, as you know, the Red Dead 1 is an epilogue of RDR2, or the other way around, RDR2, my gosh, is the prologue for RDR1. I think if you play RDR2 first, that's really good connection to the first Red Dead game. And you'll know how John feels in the first Red Dead Redemption just because of the late events.
I had known when I went into playing it that the character we start with, Arthur Morgan, was going to die. And I think a lot of people said, did you cry? Did you cry? And I think it's because I didn't, I already knew what was coming. And so I was prepared for it. Where most folks, when they encountered it for the first time, it hit them a lot harder. It definitely hit me hard. Arthur is an amazing character. And you can't help but grow really attached to these characters. And then switching to John, I didn't know if I really liked John or not. And now I understand him. And yeah, I think it was definitely better that I started with 2, and now I'm going into 1. And I know that the government's still after the gang. And yeah, really looking forward to Red Dead Redemption 1 now.
Sierra Victor India 7-4. Did you hear my last transmission? Going to 127.8. Sierra Victor.
I know you guys are probably busy, but everybody has time for a little Netflix or movies, or is there anything on your radar or have been on your radar for media or movies?
I'm way too stressed at the moment to watch any kind of movies or TV series, but I've been wanting to watch The Good Doctor for a while now, so I've watched like I don't know how many seasons there have been now. I think like 6 or something, and I wanted to watch the last one now, but I just hadn't had the time to do that. But I really think I want to do it in the summer holidays that are coming up now. Although I don't really have much time there either, but we'll see.
Good Doctor. I'm going to keep my eye open for that. What about you, Hans?
So I think I've watched The Rookie the last, I don't know, few months or so. Yeah.
Is that the one about the government agent? The Rookie.
Yeah, it's about a few cops in LA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting, I think. And I'm waiting for season 8 to be coming on Disney Plus.
Oh, good. It's on Disney Plus. Then I'll be able to find it without a problem.
Not at the moment.
Oh.
But it will be at, I think, end of this year.
But you can watch seasons 1 through 7 on Disney Plus for sure.
Oh, okay, great.
And season 8 is on, I think, WoW and Join.
And maybe some illegal streaming websites if you are into that.
On Netflix, because of the 250th birthday of the United States of America, they've been running content about our presidents, from George Washington to da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I don't expect you to know any of them. It's an American thing. But they're all documentaries, and so I think that's been really nice, me watching those, learning more about the founders of this country. And so I've been trying to watch a lot of those. And non-historical, I caught up with the latest Superman movie, and it was okay. It was, it was okay. Nothing to write home about. I don't think they did that great of a job with it.
Yeah, I don't really like DC that much. I'm more kind of Marvel guy.
I was growing up for sure. It was always Marvel. Again, they had Batman, right, and Superman, so sure. Kind of got into the Green Lantern, but mostly everything has been Marvel. Speaking of Marvel, in Marvel news, one of their top artists who worked on the X-Men in the 80s, and he worked on Fantastic Four, and he's done Superman for DC. His name is John Byrne, Byrne, and he has returned to the X-Men, and they have just released hard copy versions of the new content John Byrne is doing for X-Men. So I'm going to have to pick that up and order it. I heard everything's already sold out, and they're doing a second reprint, or getting ready to do a second reprint. But he was the artist through, oh man, all their, you know, their biggest stuff with the Jean Grey, the Dark Phoenix saga. And anyway, I'm glad that he's returned to X-Men, because that was one of the biggest influences on me. Him as an artist, anyway, on that title.
It's already like almost 10 p.m. here, so I think I'll need to get off for tonight.
Well, that's not a problem, because I'm getting closer and closer to my destination, and now I got to start thinking about approach procedures and everything else.
Yeah, all right. Then we've met a good time to end this.
It was perfect. Perfect. Yeah. I'm glad you guys showed up. You're the VIP. You are the VIPs always.
Yep. Thank you for having us.
Oh, of course. Thank you for sharing.
And we'll see you soon.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Too. So,
yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Cheers.
Have a great flight. Cheers.
Thank you. Boy, I love talking to them. So exciting. I wish I was young again. Don't we all? Neither of them are even near 20 years old yet. Oh, I'm a musician, and I'm a glider pilot, and man, how exciting. I didn't get to ask Henning at the end there what is currently his biggest stress. He mentioned that a couple of times. I'm just way too stressed right now, and I don't know if it's general academia, you know, his school, or if it is the aviation stuff, especially when he said they are hardcore testing, hardcore on the testing for the flight stuff. And yeah,
Chicago Center, Kin Sierra Victor India 74, flight level 410. Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Chicago Center, radar contact, continue to ZUBBY.
Okay, I have found where Hans posted his URL, his channel for YouTube, so let me copy paste that and get him locked in. No, dummy.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, contact Chicago Center on 127.55. Good day. Going to 127.55. Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Chicago Center, Kin Sierra Victor India 74, flight level 410.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Chicago Center, radar contact, continue to ZUBBY.
Come on. I wonder why it's giving me a... It's not letting me find his page. Well, I'll have it and I'll work on that. Continue to work on that. All right. Going back to the AI music conversation again. If you've been watching the stream recently, then you've heard this before. But the milestone in this particular song, First Class Alibi, when Hazardous was working with SUNO to try to get it to create a buddy song. And maybe that was the wrong term to give Hazardous to start out with, because for about a week and a half, what it was knocking out, I mean, it was okay, but they sounded more like love songs, like two dudes singing love songs to each other, flying planes. And okay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it wasn't what I was shooting for. I wanted something more like a Disney show tune song between two buddy pilots. And then we were thinking, well, that, you know, what makes those songs interesting? Well, like in Emperor's New Groove, you've got two people that when they first come together, it's like fire and ice. They just don't get along. Everything is bad. And then they become friends. And I think that's what I was going for. And even plugging that into SUNO and trying to work with that, it didn't really want to spit out what we wanted. And then one afternoon, Haz says, I got it. It's doing it. And it ended up not being between two male pilots. It was a male and a female pilot, but it did it.
I got a jacket that don't quite fit, and a tie that's pulling at my neck a bit. They say, smile, son, you're the chosen ride for the guilty rich with something to hide. Clipboard queen with a practiced grin says wheels up fast, don't ask where they've been. I nod like I'm just part of the machine, but I read between what isn't seen. Oh, the runway's long and the silence thick, and every favor's just another trick. I'm your first class alibi.
I'm so stupid. I set that all up and then I played the wrong song. I probably even gave it the wrong title, yeah. I'm a dummy. I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't the duet. I'm so stupid. Forgive me, folks. Top of the hour. Same runway. Different lies. Much better.
You talk like you've got nothing to lose, like the sky's just something you can abuse. Every shortcut, every bend, you call it skill, I call pretend.
Oh, here you go with your holy act, like your hands are clean and your wings intact.
You fly by rules like they're divine.
I just get there faster
every time. You're gonna get us both in flames.
You're gonna bore us to the grave.
Same cockpit, different names. We're on the same runway, different lives, reading different truths in the same old skies.
You say hold steady, I say roll the dice.
Somewhere in between might keep us alive.
We don't agree, but we're side by side,
on the same runway,
different lives. I've seen what happens when luck runs dry. There's no clever line,
No alibi,
just silence ringing in your ears.
and a lifetime packed in seconds of fear.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
Don't think I haven't.
I just don't freeze.
When the odds start slanting,
You hesitate.
I take the lead.
That's the difference that we both need.
You push too far,
You cross the line.
you hold too back.
You waste the time.
Still we climb. We're on the same runway, different lies.
You trust the book. I trust the signs.
You say be careful, I say be quick.
Funny how both can do the trick.
We don't agree, but we're side by side. On the same runway,
Different lies.
engines off. Did you see that drop?
I had it handled.
Just let me talk. You almost lost it at 23.
Yeah.
And who brought us back? That'd be me. Wait. Yeah, that crosswind.
You called it first.
And your correction.
Yeah, it worked.
Maybe we're not as wrong as we thought. We're on the same runway, same damn fight.
Turning wrongs into something right.
You bring the caution,
I bring the sparks.
somehow we land in the dark.
We don't agree, but we're side by side.
Now it's less about
Who was right? Same runway, same sky, different voices,
but we still fly.
Love it, love it.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Did you hear my last transmission?
126.75. Kin Sierra Victor India 74.
Albany Airport information, Quebec. 2000 Zulu. Wind calm.
That's their ATIS.
Tree. Sky condition. Few clouds at 2,200.
Are we overspeeding again?
Clouds at 5,200.
I swear I'm hearing like a little beeping noise.
5,200. Temperature. 20. Dew point. 10. Altimeter 29er2. ILS runway 19er in use. Landing and departing runway 19er.
That's weird. 12675 is
Stay direction of
ATIS.
flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. Albany Airport information.
Center.
There we
Kin
go.
Sierra Victor India 74.
I like the noise that makes when you switch.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Center. Radar contact. Continue to Volpe. Kin
All right.
Sierra Victor India 74. Contact Cleveland Center on 119.95. Good day.
All right, we need to go to 11995.
119.95 for Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Cleveland Center, Kin Sierra Victor India 74, flight level 410. Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Cleveland Center, radar contact, continue to Volpe.
Okay, so after Volpe, well, we're going to Volpe. No, we're going to ZUBBY. We haven't hit ZUBBY yet. And ZUBBY is in 1 minute and 34 seconds to Volpe. And then after Volpe, okay, so we have a few to go still. Good, good. Get so caught up in the talking and not paying attention to the flight. The next thing you know, right there. So then Lang's. It's hard to get this thing to move. Then RITCH, CKRIS, and URACI. Okay, Hazardous has... Now, let me ask you, Hazardous, if you're still there. He says you're working on a new duet song with 2 male singers. Great. See if you can actually pull off the vision we talked about. All I would request is that this... I mean, it seems their personalities changed. Listening to Same Runway, Different Lives, I would have to go back through with a fine-tooth comb. There's only one instance I've completely noticed where it's like their personality switch. He describes her this way, and no, she's the one who's supposed to be loose, and he's the one who's supposed to be all uptight. And it seems like in the lyrics it may have reversed those. And again, I'll have to go through with the fine-tooth comb, line by line, to make sure it's perfect. But that's what I would make sure on the next one, is that it doesn't do a personality swap. And you have said that you sent me the newest song with the lyrics. Now, is that song Jet Black Halo, the final chapter?
India, 7-4 contact Cleveland Center on 127.7. Good day. 127.7. Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Cleveland Center. Kin
They have us talking to everybody today.
74. Flight level 410.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, Cleveland Center, radar contact, continue to Volpe.
Nothing new. I think Henning gave a good description of why we're getting overspeeds at 250. It's because our actual speeds are found down here. True airspeed 440 knots, and our ground speed is 502 knots. No, he says play the Runway Prophet. That's the one with the lyrics. The one you just sent called Two Idiots in the Sky is the new duet. Okay, you've already got a version of it up. Oh, I'm excited. All right. So we're going to be downloading the Runway Prophet. All right, hot off the press from Hazardous, the Runway Prophet. Hazardous has a country blues soul.
They say he comes from nowhere, riding fog like a ghost, a silhouette in the searchlights, quiet as a holy oath. No tail number on the fuselage, no name on the door. Just a man with a stare like he's seen this all before. He lands on strips forgotten, where the weeds kiss the lights, Where the lost and the broken wait alone in the night. And he speaks in low riddles, voice rough as gravel stone, like he's carrying every secret you thought you died alone. Engines humming soft like a sermon in the rain. And he says, you ain't stuck, kid, you're just caught between planes. They call me the runway prophet. I take you where the truth can't hide. You board with the weight of the world. You land with a different life. I ain't a saint or a sinner, just a shadow with wings in the night. They call me the runway prophet, and I'll fly you back to the light. A woman climbed aboard once, tears falling like a storm. Said she ran from a man who swore he'd never do her harm. He just died and lit the engines, let the runway start to glow. Said some storms we don't outrun, you rise above them slow. Another time a gambler came with debts he couldn't pay, hands shaking like a sinner who'd forgotten how to pray. Prophet smiled a crooked smile, said, son, you're still alive. If the sky ain't judged you yet, you got time to survive. Thunder rolling low, like a warning from the past. But he flies through the darkness, like the night can't hold him fast. They call me the runway prophet. I take you where the truth can't hide. You board with the weight of the world. You land with a different life. I ain't a saint or a sinner, just a shadow with wings in the night. They call me the runway prophet, and I'll fly you back to the light. The engines whisper stories, the clouds confess their lies. Every soul that climbs aboard me leaves a piece of pain behind.
I like that.
One night a kid approached him, barely 20, barely whole. Said he lost his way to anger, and it swallowed up his soul. Prophet placed a hand upon his shoulder, firm and kind. Said the sky don't fix your past, it just gives you room to climb. They lifted through the darkness, broke the clouds in silver light. And the kid looked out the window like he'd finally won the fight. When they landed on a coastline where the sunrise kissed the sea, Prophet said, this is where your new life starts. Go on, be free. They call me the runway prophet. I take you where the truth can't hide. You board with the weight of the world. You land with a different life. I ain't a saint or a sinner, just a shadow with the wings in the night. They call me the runway prophet, and I'll fly you back to the light. When the runway's dark, when the world feels wrong, listen for the engines, I won't be gone.
Oh, Hazardous, that was fantastic. Is that already up on YouTube? Do you have an actual URL for it you could post in the chat room?
No, not yet.
Hey, there you are. And you're not currently monetized. we need to get you monetized so you can set all those to share, and then people can play them in their streams.
I plan on putting it up soon.
Cool. I loved it, sir. That was good. The lyrics in that one were really good.
I wanted something. I forget the name of the song, but it's like back in like the early 2000s. It was a really popular song. Kind of sounded like lyrically similar to that. Drawing a blank on it. You probably would know what song I'm talking about if I could think of like what it was called. It was so popular. Anyway,
it'll come to you.
Yeah,
it's one of those. It'll give it 15 minutes, and all of a sudden, oh, there it is.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking right off the bat, it's got a little bit of a ZZ Top feel, but you know, just because that gravelly voice, you know. A lot of your tunes are in that genre, kind of like the bluesy country. A lot of almost all the Kinneas stuff is kind of in that. A little bit more country jazzy. I love all those. Of course, I'm going to be a big fan of those. All right, you've got another one. This is another duet, but this one is between two dudes.
Yeah, now this is just version 1.
Right, exactly.
When I first listened to it, to me, I had a hard, at the first part of the song, you'll think, well, that sounds like the same voice between Pilot A and Pilot B. But then once it hits, the part where they're sharing or going back and forth, you can hear a difference in the male voices.
Okay.
But right at the beginning, it's a little difficult. So maybe there's something I can do to change how that sounds. I'm not entirely sure yet. But right off the bat, I think it's hilarious. I love the lyrics of it, and I don't want to change that. So it's more about the prompt and how to work out the two different male voices, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. So again, it's a thumbnail version. Okay. So let's do this. Let me grab it here. I like the title. Two Idiots in the Sky. Hot off the press from Hazardous.
Look who's strolling in late with his coffee spilled. Mister, I swear I pre-flighted, yeah, sure you will. You taxi like a toddler on a tricycle ride. ATC hears your voice and switches to the other side. Oh please, Captain Checklist, king of overkill. You read every line twice like you're writing a will. You flare so early the runway files a complaint, and your landings hit harder than your cheap cologne scent. We're just two idiots in the sky, talking big, flying high, trying not to die. You roast me, I roast you right back, but we still keep this bird on track. Remember that time you forgot the pit-toed heat? He flew half the climb out with numbers obsolete. You said the airspeed's broken. Nah, that's you. Even the autopilot sighed, buddy, what'd you do? And you once briefed a landing on the wrong runway, then blamed the sun, the wind, and a weird weird display. You butter one landing and brag for a week, but the next one, bro, the tires still squeak. We're just two idiots in the sky, talking big, flying high, trying not to die. You roast me, I roast you right back, but we still keep this bird on track.
Yeah.
You're the reason the cabin lights flicker. You're the reason the climb rate's quicker. You trim like you're fighting a wild raccoon. You sing on the radio, everyone leaves the room.
Guilty.
Yeah, two idiots in the sky, laughing loud as we pass on by. We poke, we joke, we talk our smack, but we've always got each other's back.
Yep. The voices need to be split more, and on that last, especially on that last line, they both have to be singing that last line together. I liked the lyrics. I liked it. I'm guilty. I see myself in that. I identify.
I see, now you can understand why I said what I said. Like, lyrically, it's almost perfect, but it needs some tweaking.
If he's gonna say Pito, I think he said Pitot in that. That's the only word.
That
You'll have to tell the AI how to pronounce it.
is a typo, actually. It should be pilot heat.
It makes sense as pedo heat, because if okay, so
I mean, I could just fix. I mean, I have it pulled up right now. So like, if I just remove the T off the end of that, so it's PITO instead of having the T on the end,
it'll pronounce it.
Technically, fixed it, I would think. So I can do
Interesting.
that.
Yeah, try it.
And then the final line in the final chorus where they say, "But we've always got each other's back." You're saying that should be saying together?
Yes, they both got to end those last lines together. Especially if we've got each other's backs.
Let me see if I can.
That's just, you don't have to. Hey, that's just my suggestion. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like the voices were basically the same.
Yeah.
It wasn't Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra. I can't believe how much air traffic control has been bouncing me around on this flight.
128.275 for Kin Sierra Victor India 74.
So on Pito heat, when you're getting ready to take off and you're doing your ground, and you got to pull your chocks and you take the cover off the Pito tube. So if it's really cold out, and he's telling the other pilot, you forgot to put on Pito heat, and all the instrument numbers are all over the place. That's basically the gist I got about it, and that's accurate, because if the Pito heat is cold or has built up ice inside because we didn't turn the heater on for it, all of our numbers are going to be screwed. And, you know, that's death. So, yeah, that line was great. So that conversation I was having with Henning earlier about AI and creating music, and I can't tell the difference, and they can hear it. They're able to discern, and they can tell it's an AI, or they're pulling my leg. But in that conversation came up I wonder, somebody who's just truly an experienced and proficient musician, not just musician, a composer, an arranger, producer, especially the person that's at the soundboard, and what they're able to produce. And I'm sure that there are artists, people just like that on YouTube, but this is a new thought for me, so I need to go find these folks that are professional musicians, composers, and see what they're able to, see if any of them are using SUNO and what they're getting. Because again, they can go in and just say, I want this type of synthesizer, I want this instrument and this instrument, I don't want any of these, and arrange it and build it perfectly. For example, I was going to ask you to create something that sounds truly 1980s, something like Depeche Mode or Duran Duran, so it's something definitely not country blues, jazz. Does that make sense?
I would need to get specific in the style, so I can't use band names or specificities.
Well, that was more for you. Like if you were to listen to Depeche Mode or Duran Duran. Oh, okay.
Depeche Mode, so I can't.
Yeah, and it's just so synth driven, but you do have some other instruments in there. Same with Duran Duran, it's either way, that being able to just tell it, I want this instrument set to this, played in this key, and if they're able to do that,
I'm sure you can, because you can get really specific in the style prompt. But the way I do it is I describe what sound or style I'm looking for to like Copilot or GPT or whatever, and I have it write a SUNO prompt for me, and then I make modifications to it from there. Say it makes a prompt for me, I make something with it, and there's something I don't like about it, I'll go back to the AI and describe what I don't like about it and have it rewrite the prompt and try again.
Sierra, Victor, India 7-4, Cleveland Center. Radar contact, continue to reach.
But the way it writes these prompts, so when I put the prompt into SUNO, I can't just paste it and hit create song. I have to hit a secondary button on the style box, and it takes what I type and it changes it into a very specific or specifically typed and phrased or worded prompt for the system to use.
Totally get it.
Right. So if I knew exactly how to write the prompt, I can prompt it for any year style of music. So like I could tell GPT or Copilot or whatever, I want a song style for SUNO AI in the mid-90s style. It would sound like X, Y, or Z. And it would type something up for me, and I can see what it would create.
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Okay, so
then also I wonder how somebody that's a pro, if they could say, okay, I want the since you mentioned the 90s, I want the 1990 Moog synthesizer, the version 4.0, da-da-da-da-da. I want a drum set with just these drums. I want this style of, either way, describing the instruments even, down to the instruments. Ranges and singers, you like, I want this singer to sing in this range, and I want this singer, the secondary singer, to sing in this range.
I've modified, with the help of Copilot, the style prompt for revision 2 of Two Idiots in the Sky, and I'll read the style prompt as it is in SUNO AI, so you can kind of get an idea of like how the system takes a prompt. Big band swing, vocal duet, male crooner lead, deep baritone lead, comedic call and response, witty trade-off hooks, upright bass walking, brushed snare swing, trumpet stabs, sax selection punches, piano comping bass, band hits, 1950s mono mixtape saturation.
Holy, that's awesome.
Reverb live room bleed, mid-tempo shuffle, playful bravado, bittersweet camaraderie. And that's it.
That's amazing.
So you can see how, like, you can prompt it for very specific things, but there's no, like, I want section 1 to sound like this, section 2 to sound like this. You're telling it, I want the song to have this stuff.
Yep.
Right.
I'm sure there's a way to do those prompts, though.
I'm sure if you got really OCD.
Exactly. You're a composer. Again, a composer and an arranger who that's their job. Their job is to be, the editor, the OCD person on the production. And
Okay, so I have generated revision 2 of this with all I did was I fixed that one typo to pedo heat, and then I put a tag on that last line to call for both vocals.
Okay.
It seemed like they were both doing the first 3 lines of the final chorus, but not the final, so I only put it on the final line. Because the final chorus does have a call for both to sing it, but I don't know, maybe that final line just screwed up or something. I'm not entirely sure.
So now I know the prompt term for the response, the callback. So I learned that in this conversation, the callback. That's weird. It was interesting. Bittersweet camaraderie. I wonder if Mutt Lang is still alive. So Mutt Lang is one of these producer arranger legends, helping the Cars and helping Def Leppard and helping everybody, right? And I'm looking to see if somebody like Mutt Lang plays with SUNO.
and that didn't really work. So they sound exactly the same. Pilot A and B. First rendition sounded better, in my opinion.
Okay, at the moment, stick with one. Oh, here's an interesting headline. Counter to SUNO. SUNO can't do this. Why musicians are switching to music creator AI. SUNO is amazing, but it wasn't built around your workflow as a musician. Right, I can understand that. That the professionals are going to want to demand everything we're talking about. The professional producers are going to need more. SUNO AI, the prompt that unlocks Hotel California style music. Nice. Yeah, that's what I was gonna kind of was what I was talking to you about, is I would like to see it knock out, you know, a perfect 80s synth light song.
I mean, I can sit here and try. So, hold on, you want...
Here, let me get it. Let me do this. You talked about using Copilot. Let me get Copilot into the conversation. Hold on.
So, write a SUNO prompt or style prompt for 80s. What did you call it?
Synth. New wave synth.
Oh, looking for that retro futuristic vibe, huh? I'm thinking bright neon pinks and electric blues against a dark synthwave inspired background. That cool 80s night drive sort of feel.
That's too generic, Copilot. What Hazardous and I are talking about is creating prompts, very specific prompts for SUNO AI that deal with specific types of instruments in the genre. For example, we can't tell SUNO AI we want something like Depeche Mode or Duran Duran, but we can say, knowing what we know about Depeche Mode and Duran Duran, the types of instruments that they use, their sound structure, their vocal ranges, their...
Got it. You're digging into the real details.
Right. So what I'm coming to you for, Copilot, is I'm working with Hazardous to try to create a song that deals with flying. You know, we're doing a Skydude or Hazardous Flight live streams. So songs that are about flying, aviation. It doesn't matter what the theme is at the moment. But what we're trying to do is get the right prompts to create something that sounds like it could have been created by Depeche Mode or Duran Duran or any other really popular 80s bands, based on just describing the instruments that they used and their common song structures and vocal ranges.
Absolutely, I'm right there with you. So let's dive into those specifics. Think vintage synths like the Roland Jupiter 8 for those lush pads, layered with a bit of that punchy Lindrum for a crisp rhythm line, and then you'd want to describe the vocal range, maybe a smooth baritone with a bit of that moody new wave vibe. Ultimately, we're painting that sonic picture,
Okay,
so SUNO AI hits all the right
I'm going to start
notes.
with a simple question for Copilot. Say, write a SUNO style prompt for 80s new synthwave like Duran Duran or Depeche Mode?
I am pasting what he has created into the live stream chat. I don't know. No, it's not big enough. Let me get over to Discord and print out what it typed. Vintage synths like the Roland Jupiter 8 for those lush pads, layered with a bit of that punchy Lynn drum for a crisp rhythm line, and then you'd want to describe the vocal range, maybe a smooth baritone with a bit of that moody new wave vibe. Ultimately, we're painting that sonic picture with SUNO AI so it hits all the right notes.
Okay, so the what I want to look up real quick is what is the average BPM of a Duran Duran or Depeche Mode song?
Hey, co-pilot, what's the average beat per minute? The average beat per minute of a Depeche Mode song and or a Duran Duran song?
Alright, so if we're aiming for that classic Depeche Mode vibe, their song would typically hover around 120 to 130 BPM on average. Meanwhile, Duran Duran tends to be a bit more married, but often lands in the range of 110 to 130 BPM. So for your flying theme new wave track, I'd definitely aim somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay, I would like it to also have a bit of Elvis Costello touch in possibly the lyrics, because his lyrics are amazing, but mostly in Elvis Costello and the Attractions, you had the four main band members. You have Elvis Costello, Pete Thomas, forgive me, I forget all the original band members of Elvis Costello and the Attractions. But the specific instruments that they use on average to possibly add into the prompts so that it's maybe not so much Depeche Mode and Duran Duran, but it has some good Elvis Costello-like structure.
Absolutely. So if we want to sprinkle in a bit of Elvis Costello and the Attractions flavor, we'll definitely keep those sharp, clever lyrics in mind. Instrument-wise, they had that classic rock setup, think punchy guitars, bit of organ or piano for melody layers, and that tight rhythmic drumming to give it some snap. So we'll weave those elements into the prompt and get a unique blend going.
The keyboard player of Elvis Costello and the Attractions, what was his primary keyboard?
So that would be Steve Niev on keyboards, and he primarily used a mix of piano, organ, and synthesizers across a lot of Costello's tracks. Keeping that in mind when building the prompts.
Any particular brands did he favor?
Average BPM for Depeche
Yeah, so
Mode
Steve Niev was known for leaning on the Vox
110.
Continental organ quite a bit. Definitely one of his signature choices. And he also used a fair share of classic electric pianos and synths from that era. So those would be the go-to brands to weave into your prompt for that authentic vibe.
Let me cut that and paste it.
Duran Duran average song beats per minute. Also go 110. So 110 BPM, 90s synthwave, new wave, synth pop. Okay. What sort of lyrics are we looking for?
Well, one moment, I have to go down to 5,000 feet. I don't know, I'm thinking flight themes at the moment. What we don't have in the, you know, what story or what are we missing from the whole record at the moment, the album?
So if you hear some weird background noise, there's like a wild hailstorm happening outside right now.
Oops, I'm over here pressing the, spinning the heading button. No, dummy.
I've had Copilot write a lot of the songs I've actually...
Copilot is good.
So, I mean, I've used GPT a little bit, but I've run into situations where you can only ask it to write 2 songs before it's like, and you can't talk anymore until tomorrow around like 10 p.m. So bye. And it's like, well, fuck. All right.
Yeah. Right.
So what I could probably try, since all of my chats are saved in here on like the left side of Copilot, and it remembers every past conversation and everything that we said, I could ask it, write me another song about flying that I have not come up with yet. Or something like that, right?
Right, or we'll come up with something interesting ourselves. Give it something to work on. And you've done cargo, we've done VIP. Well, another one of our fascinations is we like the whole UFO stuff. What about a song, 80s synth, about, you know, like in Iran, the space girl, something like he sees. It involves a pilot and UFOs and maybe space women, and
a pilot gets abducted by
space women, hot space women. The Cars did a song called "You Were the Girl of My Dreams," and it was all science fiction, and they were running into strange-looking women. And listening to the song, you would have never got that. You would have had to see the video. But yeah, I'm just throwing that out there as a brainstorm. I don't want to have them get probed or anything. They're talking about probes, and I'm pointing them to the pitot tube. Probe that.
Pilot who gets abducted by ridiculously attractive space girls who are way into him. Fun, goofy, sci-fi, fun aviation theme. Title, Captain, you've been chosen. Okay. Let's see what we can do here.
Because it's 80s and something also, and if you do another version, if you do version 2, take out anything that's like funny or goofy, and if it can do a more, keep it serious. It can still come across as funny, but try not to make it comedic.
Well, before I even make it, I could just ask it, rewrite it, but make it serious, not funny. For some reason, just like an hour ago, Copilot started calling me Tony. Which I think is weird, because that's you.
That's me. Mine hasn't started calling me hazardous yet. Okay, before we get any closer to our destination and the output of this tune, let me go grab a coffee. I'll be away for a minute. And I am back. What a great live stream this has been.
You want me to leave like the 80s new wave, synth pop, synth wave, 110 BPM, kind of like Depeche Mode or Duran Duran, right?
And in the description in the Discord, I posted some of the text that Copilot generated about specific brands and models of synthesizer. So it threw out the Roland Jupiter 8, the Lindrum, punchy Lindrum for crisp rhythm line, the vocal range being in a smooth baritone. Steve Neve talks about him leaning on the Vox Continental organ.
Don't forget to switch the barometer to QNH pressure.
Oh, our Copilot has given me the best directions today. It just told me to switch the barometer back for QNH pressure.
I'm gonna try this the way it is, and then we'll
yeah.
What happens? Okay, male vocals, no weirdness, high style influence. This one's actually titled "Taken by the Stars."
Oh, awesome. Talked about how I wish I would have had a tool like that when I was doing Star Trek Album Line Radio for years and years, and we had no original music. And
what you actually need to do is send me some of your lyrics.
Yeah. I'm thinking about a gift now for a gentleman, a gamer friend of mine who's still over there in that community, and he still broadcasts. And I'm thinking I would like to come up with something to donate to him that is something, I guess, based on what current storyline they're playing in the MMO. Something that people will recognize. Either way, maybe we can come up with a Klingon hit or...
Yeah. It'll only take 20 minutes to throw together.
Those ones you knocked out for my Kingdom Come Deliverance play. Those were amazing.
I actually had, if I remember right, it was GPT wrote those.
It did such a good job at capturing the spirit and the flavor of both 1 and 2.
Well, this song is cooking. I will be right back.
Roger that, Captain. All right, it is 2:55 in the afternoon. We are headed to URACI. I better really scroll down. Yeah, we're about ready to come in. And this is an RNAV approach. (12,000 feet). 252 knots. Five minutes to URACI, 27 miles. $11,000. Speed brake a little bit.
Okay, I have returned.
All right, I'm getting ready for my approach pretty soon.
We should adjust right
So,
away.
the thing with SUNO is whenever I generate a song, it actually makes 2 of them.
Okay.
And they both sound kind of different. So usually the one that finishes first, historically, is the one that I prefer. So that's the one I usually play first.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just listen to that one real quick. The first one is 5 minutes 9 seconds. The second one is 5 minutes 37 seconds. So we'll see.
Was that because your coffee's so damn good? Or a little hot? Oh, Mountain Dew. All right, approaching 5,000, easing off the speed brake. Doing good. .6 miles. So it's telling you that it was telling you the length of the songs. It hasn't knocked them out yet. It's just giving you all the information about it.
Victor India 74 contact Boston Center on 121.35. Good day.
121.35 for Kin Sierra Victor India 74. Boston Center, Kin Sierra Victor.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm about halfway through it. This song, for some reason, did you ever see that movie with Jim Carrey called Once Bitten?
A long time ago, or a vampire movie? Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, it has like that feel of that movie.
Well, I'm gonna have to watch the movie again. Maybe it'll trigger something.
So I'm gonna download this one. It's not too bad. I'm gonna send it to you.
Taken by the Stars, downloading now. All right, here we go. Hearing it first. Hot off of SUNO AI by Hazardous, Taken by the Stars. Well, I helped a little bit.
Night flight over the desert, engine steady and low, a quiet sky stretching endlessly below, then a shimmer on the horizon, brighter than the moon, a whisper through the cockpit, calling me too soon. trembled, the radios fell still. A presence filled the cabin with a cold electric thrill. And through the blinding radiance, 3 figures stepped inside. Eyes like distant galaxies, impossible and wide. They said, "Pilot, you are chosen. Your heart was heard across the void. We've watched you drift through lonely skies, a soul the stars could not avoid. Come with us beyond the boundaries where no earthborn has ever flown. Tonight the universe is opening, and you will not return alone." They touched my hand so gently, yet the world
Where's your autopilot
fell
taking?
away.
Yeah.
The cockpit dissolved into a field of silver haze. I felt the weight of lifetimes in the silence of their gaze. A promise of horizons far beyond my mortal days. They showed me burning nebulae, the birth of ancient suns, worlds untouched by sorrow where time itself comes undone. And in their quiet voices I heard a truth so deep. Your skies were never wide enough for what your soul could keep. Pilot, you are chosen. Your spirit carries something rare, a longing for the infinite, a heart unbound by earth or air. Come with us into the starlight, where destiny and wonder meet. Your journey was never meant to end on a single planet's heartbeat. I felt the pull of home behind me, the life I knew, the man I'd been. But the stars were calling softly, and I stepped into the unknown again. Pilot, you are chosen. Let go of everything you fear. The cosmos has been waiting for a wanderer like you to hear. We'll guide you through the endless night, through realms no human eyes have seen. For you were born to chase the stars, and now you rise where you belong. Between
I like it. I like it. Mostly.
Right, it's weird. It's weird.
It's good though. It definitely did exactly what it was supposed to do. It nailed that 80 synth sound. That definitely is unmistakably an 80 synth song. Even down to the lyrics and the range that he was singing, you would.
But there's something about it that's off, isn't there? Like
I think it was kind of cool because you're like, he says like the only where no human has gone before. But I think I was kind of thinking that it should be, you know, the select, not just him as a pilot. All pilots who or you're among the many who da 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 da. I don't know. It was great though. I mean, I got a little lost at the end because I'm over here worried about my autopilot and trying to get back on track for this approach, and so I really. What am I acknowledging now?
It's funny. I can sit and mess with this SUNO stuff all day.
It's so amazing. It did it. It did it. I am interested in. You said it'll generate 2.
It makes 2 at a time,
and they're different.
There's differences between the 2 that it generates. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the other one. Why does it keep adding that B at the end? I think I get it. I'm trying to plug in WUDE into the autopilot. It keeps throwing a B on there. And there's RNAV A and RNAV B, and I'm wondering if that's what it's doing. Set me up for RNAV B. So we need to hit WUDE, WUDE. Then from WUDE, we need to go to LOUSY. And the runway should be right in front of us there. We need to be at 3,600 feet. Coming up that second track from Hazardous in mere moments. 3-6, flight level change. I don't know if I should have slowed down this much. Put it back to 190. Okay. Getting that tune right now from Hazardous. Taken by the Stars Variant 1.
Night flight over the desert, engine steady and low, a quiet sky stretching endlessly below, then a shimmer on the horizon, brighter than the moon, a whisper through the cockpit, calling me too soon. The instruments trembled, the radios fell still.
Not right.
A presence filled the cabin with a cold electric thrill. And through the blinding radiance, 3 figures stepped inside. Eyes like distant galaxies, impossible and wide. They said, "Pilot, you are chosen. Your heart was heard across the void. We've watched you drift through lonely skies, a soul the stars could not avoid. Come you will not return alone. They touched my hand so gently, yet the world fell away. The cockpit dissolved into a field of silver haze. I felt the weight of lifetimes in the silence of their gaze. A promise of horizons far beyond my mortal days. They showed me burning nebulae, the birth of ancient suns, worlds untouched by sorrow, where time itself comes undone. And in their quiet voices I heard a truth so deep. Your skies were never wide enough for what your soul could keep. Pilot, you are chosen. Your spirit carries something rare, a longing for the infinite, a heart unbound by earth or air. Come with us into the starlight, where destiny and wonder meet. Your journey was never meant to end on a single planet's heartbeat. I felt the pull of home behind me, the life I knew, the man I'd been. But the stars were calling softly, and I stepped into the unknown. The stars, and now you rise where you belong, between
Yeah. Great. That was a weird ending.
I'm working on another one.
Kin Sierra Victor India 7-4, please acknowledge.
Yeah.
Going to 1 tree 2.8. Kin Sierra Victor India 7-4.
So, same general style, but I'm changing it from just straight 80s to late 70s, early 80s Miami synthwave.
Approach.
Okay.
Kin Sierra Victor India
So,
7-4 is
it should be slightly different, a
Sure.
little bit darker and atmospheric tones.
Victor India 7-4, approach. Altimeter tree 006, radar contact, continue to WUDIE.
Neon-soaked pads and moody drum machines. I love how they describe this stuff.
What an impressive AI. So impressive.
Victor India 74, please expedite your climb 5500.
Expediting climb to 5500. Torn between two Klingons, feeling like a fool. Seeing either one of them is breaking Federation rules. That sounds like a horrible song. We're actually supposed to be, well, as long as we're in between 6,000 and 3,700 feet. By the time we hit wood, we're good. Woody?
This is an interesting sounding song, but it's cool.
Neat. Oh, man. Just so cool. I think if we would have had this growing up, my friends and I would have, I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that we would spend all weekend doing. We had reel-to-reel recorders back then. Our dads were audiophiles. So as young teenagers, we had access to these reel-to-reel recorders and recording equipment. And we would try to make our own songs. Weird Al was our inspiration, so we did a lot of parody stuff. But just all weekend long, writing crap lyrics and parodying songs and just cracking up. We would have loved this when we were... I would love to get some of my friends together now to do it like what we're doing. This would be such a blast. Now that's a party. So this one is called Neon Sky Silent Stars. Another one fresh off the press from Hazardous. turn around.
Autopilot steady, just the hum of neon flight. Storm clouds on the horizon, but something feels untrue. A pulse across the radar, like it's calling out to you. Static on the airwaves, instruments begin to shake. A cold blue shimmer rises from the ocean like a wake. The cockpit fills with shadows shaped like something not of Earth, and in their eyes I see a truth I never knew I'd earned. Under a neon sky, the stars open wide, and I'm taken from the world I knew. No warning, no sound, just a light breaking down, pulling me into something new. If I vanish tonight, let the skyline remember the pilot who flew into the dark. For the ones who arrived from the silence above have chosen me to follow their spark. They move like drifting starlight, calm as midnight air. Their voices echo softly like a signal from nowhere. They show me distant planets burning blue against the void. A universe of secrets Earth was never meant to join. I feel the pull of gravity, surrender to their will. My heartbeat sinks to rhythms that no human pulse could fill. They whisper of a journey far beyond the reach of time, a path that only opens when a mortal dares to climb. Under a neon sky, the stars open wide, and I'm taken from the world I knew. No warning, no sound, just a light breaking down, pulling me into something new. If I vanish tonight, let the skyline remember the pilot who rose beyond the dark. For the ones who descend from the silence above have chosen me to carry their spark. Miami glows beneath me like a memory in flame. A life I lived in daylight, now drifting out of frame. I reach to touch the window, but the world is far behind, and all that's left to guide me is the future in their eyes. Under a neon sky, I surrender the night to the ones who rewrite what we know. If I never return, let the story be told of the pilot the stars chose to follow. For the silence above isn't empty at all. It's a doorway disguised as the dark, and tonight I step through, leaving Earth to the past, as the cosmos ignites with its spark.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, quite different.
Yeah, but it again, it nailed the job. It did it.
I'm wondering if it would sound better because it was done at a 92 BPM. Like if I sped it up to like 110, it would probably sound totally different.
Yeah. Yeah. If you do another one and you do speed it up, now tell it to do, 1984 to 1987 Euro, or UK sound. Because you went with the Miami.
Yeah, I told it kind of like a Miami vibe.
Yeah, now I would say go with 1984 to 1987 United Kingdom. Okay, let me try to land this thing.
Wait, 1984 to 1985?
87.
87 UK. Same like synthwave?
Yeah. New wave.
New wave or synthwave?
New wave. They're not bringing me in for a landing yet.
Okay, 1984 to 1987 UK new wave.
Climb and maintain 3,700. Kin Sierra Victor India 74.
Kin Sierra Victor India 74, you can cancel IFR. Continue VFR to your destination.
Oh, now they give me a continue VFR to my destination.
Okay, SUNO style prompt for an 84 to 87 UK new wave. What sort of other descriptors?
India 74 would like to cancel IFR.
None.
Victor India 74, IFR flight plan is canceled. Radar service terminated.
I don't really know how to tell it to sing in a Depeche Mode style. Is I supposed to be on 29? I'm having all kinds of problems over here. Runway 29. Now it's full stop. Now it's position.
Kilo Alpha
Do you want me to
Quebec
use
Whiskey
those
traffic.
same
Kin
lyrics
Sierra
and see
Victor
what it...
India 74,
No.
3 miles west,
Okay.
4100, inbound to land. Runway 29er, Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey.
KAQW ATC is not responding to me.
Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey traffic. Kin Sierra Victor India 74, 5 miles west, 4700, inbound to land. Runway 29er, Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey.
This one's 128 BPM. A lot faster. Lyrical cues.
I don't have a clue. above my pay grade at the moment.
Okay, this one's just for you.
Well, thank you much. 3,700 feet.
About you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get abducted and probed.
Yep.
Oh.
It's called Kinneas and the Quiet Light.
I like it. Let me get myself not crashing into a mountain, and I'll get right to it.
You got a couple of minutes. It's cooking.
Oh, okay.
Typically it takes as long as the song is to generate.
Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey traffic. Sierra Victor India 74. 9 miles north, 2,100, inbound to land, runway 29er, Kilo Alpha Quebec Whiskey.
Kind of tight quarters in here.
Got somebody new in chat.
Hello, somebody new in chat. I'm sorry, I'm trying to not kill us on this approach. flying into an area I've never flown before. I didn't realize it was going to be this tight. I think I'm aiming for it, but I may not.
Martin.
Hello, Martin. And we've been listening to a bunch of great music from Hazardous today. And we got another one coming up. That can't be the airport there. No way.
Wait, that little strip?
No way. It's got to be this over here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a neighborhood or something.
Wow, that's right here. We need 29.
I don't see a runway.
It is at 9 o'clock.
Oh, it's right there. Okay. You had to turn. I was like, what? That's a short runway.
Yeah, and we need 29 there. Okay. All right, at least we see it. Is it time to download?
First of two are complete.
Okay.
Do you want me to listen to it first, or do we want to?
Nah, just send it over.
Just
get it all set for you. We'll listen to it on landing, and it'll make, if I crash, easy. It'll lessen the whoa.
All right.
All right. Downloading, and here we go.
Kinneas lifted off at midnight, runway fading into black, a lone red beacon blinking as the world fell off his back. The air was calm and empty, just the hum of turbine glow, but something in the darkness whispered, you're not meant to go. A shimmer across the windshield like a tear in open sky. The radios turned silent, not a single voice replied. Then gravity surrendered as the cockpit filled with white, and Kinneas felt the world dissolve beneath the rising light. They took him through the quiet light, beyond the reach of mortal flight. No warning, no horizon light, just a pull from something vast and bright. Kinneas, the sky was never yours. It was only the first open door, and now we rise where no one sees, carried by the ones who move between.
Bounce. No speed. We're not slowing down.
He woke inside a chamber
slow down.
shaped like starlight,
Slow down.
frozen
Slow down.
still.
Oh shit.
Figures standing over him with eyes that bent his will. They spoke without a language, yet he heard them in his bones.
Oh Lord.
You've flown your whole
Wow, dude.
life searching
I know.
for a place you've never known. They showed him distant systems burning violet in the deep, worlds untouched by sorrow where the ancient echoes sleep. And in their silent presence he felt something shift inside, a truth that every pilot feels but beyond the reach of mortal flight. No warning, no horizon line, just a pull from something vast and bright. Kinneas, the sky was never yours. It was only the first open door, and now he rides where no one sees, carried by the ones who move between. Back on Earth, his beacon faded, his last transmission lost in haze. But somewhere past the edge of starlight, Kinneas walks unafraid. Through the quiet light he rises, past the limits of the known, taken not by force but calling, a destiny the stars had shown. Kinneas, the wanderer of skies, now drifts where cosmic shadows lean, a pilot claimed by something greater, guided by the ones who move between.
On behalf of the entire company,
I liked it.
for choosing Sky.
I like it. Thank you very much. I like it. Of course I'm going to like songs about me.
Pleasant stay in North Adams.
Kinneas, the skies were never yours. Or whatever the hell he was saying there.
Definitely an interesting one.
It was great. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Love it. I was, I couldn't give it my full attention, but I will.
You're busy crashing onto the runway.
Yeah. But we're walking away from it.
Yeah.
I didn't know how the auto throttle was reacting on approach. And I was real worried about getting it slowed down. And when we hit, I was worried that it was still going to stay engaged. And so I was really fumbling with that.
It was completely disabled all autopilot systems about 20 miles out and gone in manually and then engaged the engine brakes or the air brakes to slow down.
Right. All right, well, I'll do that on the next one.
Yeah. Now you know. It's okay.
Well, normally, it seemed like it did, though. It seemed like it handled the step down. And when I braked, it wasn't fighting the brakes to keep us accelerating. I just needed to slow down. I came in at like 170.
Well, it's only about 52 fast.
Right. So I was worried about... The first concern I had is not bottoming out and not pulling too much power. Yeah, under 150, sometimes they can get a little squirrely under 150. So either way, I came in a little fast, but once I did get down, it looked like it was handling the step down. So I'm more confident in this aircraft. I'm more confident about this aircraft.
I'm surprised it stopped before the end of the runway, honestly.
A new experience each time, and today was pretty challenging.
That Kinneas luck, Yeah. It's sometimes it works. Not always, but sometimes. All right. Let's see how much reputation they're going to take. I need to try to make sure that the next one I do is an ILS. RNAVs, they really throw me off sometimes, especially if you're unfamiliar with the area where they're dropping you off at. And it looks like on the chart that it's all straight lines, and it's not, like where your last initial approach point is. Like when we were coming over that hill and looking for the runway, and we thought it was in front of us and it ended up being 90 degrees from us. That kind of thing. Okay. Passenger satisfaction 12. Yeah, they didn't like those turns that I was making there. Airline procedures, yeah, kind of botched that one too. Yeah, well, we walked away from it. Not my greatest performance, but today's live stream was still one of my favorites. We had Henning and Hans show up to talk with for a while, and then getting to spend time with Hazardous creating fun music. It's always a good time. Damn the score. I don't care how the passengers feel about it. But we made good money. Oh, they took a huge chunk of reputation. I was hearing your comment the other day and completely sympathizing. When they give you reputation, it's like, here's a tiny bit of reputation, enjoy. And then when they take reputation, it's like, we're going to take this huge chunk.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very balanced or fair in my opinion.
You work a month to get to a good score, and in one flight, chopped.
I was in S tier, and in I think it's like about 3 or 4 flights, it was all gone, and now I'm like B tier.
I want to hear that song again. Did it knock out a second one we can listen to?
Yeah, it always knocks out 2.
Great.
So that one was 5 minute 1 second. So this one.
All right. All right, so Kinneas and the Quiet Light, version 1 or version 2, depending on how you look at it. And then
Same
we'll wrap.
Song.
Yeah, just a variation.
They took him through the quiet. spoke without a language, yet he heard them in his bones. You've flown your whole life searching for a place you've never known. They showed him distant systems, burning violet in the deep, worlds untouched by sorrow, where the ancient echoes sleep. And in their silent presence, he felt something shift inside, a truth that it can't describe. They took him through the quiet light, beyond the reach of mortal flight. No warning, no horizon line, just a pull from something vast and bright. Kinneas, the sky was never yours, it was only the first open door. And now he rides where no one sees, carried by the ones who move between.
Dude, now that I'm getting to listen, this kicks so much ass.
On earth his beacon faded, his last transmission lost in haze. But somewhere past the edge of starlight, Kinneas walks unafraid. Through the quiet light he rises, past the limits of the known, taken not by force but calling, a destiny the stars have shown. Kinneas, the wanderer of skies, now drifts where cosmic shadows lean, a pilot claimed by something greater, guided by the ones who move between.
Hazardous, that kicks so much ass. If I was going to go back to doing a special Star Trek Online broadcast again, I think I would use that as the intro song to continue the. I mean, that's really like the role playing story. You know how you get from one reality to another, from Star Trek down to here, or from here to Star Trek. You know.
You want, I can drum up some lyrics about Kinneas's traveling to the world of Star Trek.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no. If you're offering up, of course I'm going to say yes, Hazardous. So what's next for you? How did yesterday go? Let's talk about what's going on with you while we wrap up the show.
It didn't go too bad. I'm still trying to figure out that Beechcraft Baron that I bought to replace my Cessna 172.
And now this is for VIP flights, right?
Right. Yeah.
What is the average money you're making per flight with that? Because I was looking at purchasing
200.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the Longitude and the Citation, I haven't found another Longitude available, but the Citations can pull in like 1 to 2 million, per flight. So I was thinking about getting another one, but I'm wondering if that King Air can do it.
The King Air has a slightly higher altitude than the Baron and a slightly larger fuel tank than the Baron. So it has a slightly longer travel distance by about, I think it's like 300 nautical miles or something further. It can hold 2 or 3 more passengers than the Baron. So if I had to guesstimate the price per VIP flight, it would, from the Baron at 200 average. I would assume the King Air is somewhere in the neighborhood of 250.
Okay. So I would have to get another CJ4 to be in the million range plus.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, today wasn't bad.
I'm more about like the slow grind. Like I don't necessarily want a fleet of jets. I want more like a fleet of King Airs out there.
Nice.
I have a really good handle on the King Air. I've flown it so much in free flight. Like I could land that thing on a popsicle stick.
Nice. Good. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely just how you want to do it. I just, you know me, I've been working at the slow grind all the way around, having all the different companies. And yesterday I just decided, what the hell? I kept a few planes, but I pretty much sold everything and just bought a bunch of VIPs, and a bunch of citations last night. So
and see the problem with like having a bunch of aircraft in my eyes is like sitting here watching you go through. You washed all the planes, but you probably have $200,000 worth of like maintenance checkups.
Oh yeah.
And then once you do that, who God knows how much actual maintenance is going to pop up on those things. It could be $1 million.
Sure could.
Across those.
I'm happy though at the moment, and I'm going to come back tonight and do another VIP flight and mess around with some eVTOL flights. But starting today, we were at 7. So in that time, me working with the other planes we went from 7 million to 11 million. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm to the point where I just, after this flight, thought about getting another one. So if I'm working this, I think it's going to be rather lucrative. I do want to try to speed things up. I might go back to owning a fleet of everything later, but I really do want to speed up a little bit and try to get to that. I have to get 100 million to even be able to look at a Airbus 320neo. So it's going to take a while.
If I save up like buttloads of money at some point, the only plane that I could see myself really like purchasing or getting into would be like a 737 Neo.
Nice. I don't think I've had enough time with any of those yet. I have the most time in the 320, and that'll be the cheapest. So that's the whole point of that.
Bigger plane. So if you have experience in a 320, you could jump into a 737 and have probably an easier time.
Huh. Well, I look forward to trying them all when I start getting up there into the hundreds of millions. Wow, I'm gonna be all posh. My head's gonna get all big. Have you done the Beluga Heavy exam yet?
No, but I have flown that.
So, folks, what I'm talking about is in certification, they finally opened up the oversized cargo rating.
Right.
Where you can fly the Beluga. It allows you to operate large cargo airliners capable of transporting oversized cargo, such as aircraft parts and space components. So that exam is coming up. I'm definitely going to have to try flying it a few times first. What did you think? Was it like flying a barn?
Surprisingly, in the very short flight that I took it on, because I basically just took off, made like a giant loop and then landed. And I hit maybe a max altitude of about 5,000 feet at best. It felt very similar to a 737. It didn't feel like it was a monstrous behemoth. Like I was trying to control a whale or something, you know?
Uh-huh. Well, that's good to hear.
It seemed fairly responsive to change, and like if I wanted to slow down to land, it seemed fairly responsive in telling it to do so.
So where are you at now monetarily?
I have saved 1.6 million, and I can't buy or upgrade my Baron until 6 million. To get the King Air.
Uh-huh.
So it'll take me a little while at 200,000 per flight. I've disabled the pilot on my cargo Cessna 172 because it was costing more in insurance and maintenance than he was bringing in.
Really?
I would turn on the game and it's like, here's 15,000. Oh, by the way, he crushed his landing gear, so there's half of it gone.
Wow.
And it's like, well, what's the point? So I just fired him. I disabled him.
Yeah, I was hoping that we were going to have more, you know, like role-playing characters. I was hoping that our pilots, over time, could become better and better and better. Or, you know, ways to, you know, I earned a perk, I can apply it to myself or to apply it to one of my pilots. You know, ways to...
I have a theory that the pilots you hire are inherently tied to your skill level. So if you crash, they crash. If you suck, they suck.
Well, good thing I didn't buy all those CJ4s early on. Yeah. Every one of them would be crashing every flight. They'd all be haunted. So you're up tomorrow at 3:30.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm brewing. I'm using the same style prompt as that one you just listened to.
Okay.
Except the lyrics, I told it to write a song about Kinneas flying from the normal world to the world of Star Trek.
Wow. I'm going to hook up with a green chick. That's cool.
The title is Kinneas, Beyond the Warp Plane.
Oh, nice.
Or, sorry, I misread that. Warp Line.
The Warp Line. Okay.
Yeah. My bad.
We're taking her to Warp 11, Scotty.
Yeah, we'll see what this sounds like. She's brewing.
You have anything going on tonight?
No.
How's the puppy?
Good. He well, how to phrase, he adjusted well to his new home.
Good. You know, I'm sorry, with everything that was going on right when it happened, I didn't get to say hello properly to Martin in the chat room. So let me say hello, Martin. I don't know if he's around anymore, but hello, Martin. And I can go to his channel and see what Martin's got going on, which I normally love to do. So let's go to Martin's channel. It didn't take me to Martin's channel. Silly thing. Oh, my fault. I went to my own channel. Martin Cernica doesn't have any content yet, which is fine. It doesn't matter. You don't need a... I'm happy to follow people that are just starting out or don't have any content yet. And when you do have content, I will be notified and I'll be one of your first to watch whatever you put up. So thank you for coming into the show today, and I'm happy to be following you now.
You should go follow Captain Dan.
You got a link? And I will do it. You bet.
I can't put links in your chat. Only you can put links.
Okay. Throw one out in Discord?
But...
And then I can post it in the, into chat.
Yeah, I could do that.
Speaking of, let me get the link for Friday night. Tomorrow night's flight, folks. I don't live stream them, but I participate in the Laserbolt Videos channel. They do a group flight, Laserbolt Vids. And tomorrow night, we're in Australia at the moment, and all the flights are strung together. And they're not long. They're usually a couple hours and 2 stops on the way to the destination. And last week we landed in Perth, so we'll be taking off in Perth. And this week's episode is called Emergency at, Golden Grove Emergency. And if you're looking for a group to fly with, doesn't matter what age, it's mostly mature adults. I'd say over 40.
Bunch of old guys.
Yeah, a bunch of old guys and people over 40. So, they like to fly the Hercules and larger planes, but you don't have to. You can fly whatever you want. Like me, I'm doing F-35, escort duty. And there's another gentleman who flies the F-35. So it makes for an impressive group of airplanes in the air. A lot of Hercules planes. But again, people fly whatever they want to fly. As long as you can do 250 knots and keep up with everybody. And let me post the link in the chat room for that. So if you're interested in that, I made a post in my, just in general posts that appear on my main channel, just what I'm doing. You can find all the information there too. But there's the link in the chat room for that. And let's see what Hazard has. Captain Dean.
He is from New Zealand. He only has 11 subscribers at the moment.
12.
But, 12. He is flying around the world. But his live stream is literally in the middle of the night. So he goes live at like 2 a.m. our time, Kinneas.
Well, you know me, sometimes if I'm not working, I'm up all night too. So that's not a problem at all. So I tend
to watch in the morning, see what he's been doing and where he's been flying.
Okay. I have Captain Dean's channel link posted in the chat room now. All right. Do we have that last one queued up to play?
I got version 1 right here. I have not listened to it.
Okay. All right. And then we'll, this will be it. I'll wrap up my stream. Tonight I'll be back for another flight, and then tomorrow afternoon, and then tomorrow evening with the group stuff. Anyway, here is fresh off the AI press from Hazardous, Kinneas Beyond the Warp Line, how Kinneas transitions into the world of Star Trek. I'm excited.
Kinneas lifted from the runway with the sunrise on his wings. Just another quiet morning just the hum of earthly things. But the clouds began to shimmer like a curtain pulled aside, and a silver line of starlight split the blue and opened wide. His instruments went silent, but his heartbeat stayed the same. A calm he couldn't fathom whispered softly through his frame. Then a voice across the static said, your journey's just begun. You've flown the skies of mortal men, now fly where legends run. He crossed the warp line, left the world behind, into a future written in the stars. From the quiet earth to the endless night, where the brave become who they truly are. Kinneas rose through the veil of time, past the limits of the life he knew, and the universe opened like a calling, saying, pilot, we've been waiting for you. He saw a ship of silver angles drifting just beyond the dawn, a Federation emblem glowing softly on its hull. They hailed him with a warmth that felt like destiny unveiled, a place where explorers rise and